Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today we have a little bit of a treat for you coming up. It's not going to be right away. Probably in about an hour, actually. We will be joined by the Lord Jersh, the Supreme Janny, the internet's sweep it up in chief, Josh, Null, whatever you want to call him, of the Kiwi Farms. Okay. He will be on, listen, over in whatever third world hole he is in. I actually have no idea. It's like 6 a.m. there. So he said he would be on at 7 a.m. At 7 a.m. his time, which will be midnight central. So about an hour. We will be talking at that point. All right. So, he's in Serbia. Serbia's actually okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't even know. I remember him being somewhere and then talking about being somewhere else, and I don't know if he ever got anywhere. All right. But we will be talking about a couple different topics. We've got Russel Greer, who has sued the Kiwi Farms. He has sued. Actually, I don't think that's really true. And it's probably unfair of me to suggest that. Well, I guess Kiwi Farms is included in that. But primarily, he is suing Joshua Moon, publisher of the website Kiwi Farms. And just to put a little cap on the litigating skills of Russel Greer, we've got something to consider. The other thing we'll be talking about is Section 230. And 230 really delves into the idea that on the internet, web-based publishers are not liable for the information that is published on their websites. So he's got an immediate issue with the viability of this lawsuit. And so that is something, we'll be discussing this, but we will be discussing the Kiwi Farms lawsuit, which was penned by the genius Russel Greer. Pro se all day, all the way, Russel Greer. You couldn't pay a lawyer enough to represent Russell. He wouldn't let you. But anyway, we'll be talking about this. As soon as Josh is on. I will try and give a preview of who Russel Greer is in just a little bit, because Anon, and all Anons are me. So I hope you know this. Ron Toye figured it out, but anybody who's Anon or anonymous, at least insofar as they're involved with this channel, is me. So any donations that you see or payments or whatever, contributions, ideas, comments, I'm actually paying myself with the idea of then donating to someone else for the purposes of me then grifting it back, I think is the ultimate goal, but I don't remember. He can harvest whatever corn he wants. Please just don't spam. So that is that's where we're at. All right. I lost my train of thought entirely on where I was going with that, but that's because it wasn't really important. But we will be going through it. I will explain who Russel Greer is as we get a little bit closer to showtime. All right. Or showtime. As we get a little bit closer to Jersh time. I'll try and do it probably in about 15 minutes, something like that. We'll go through who Russel Greer is. We'll laugh and have some fun with that. while we have the time, while we have a minute, just you and me, let's talk about the rest of this week, which is 2 days. Thursday, Friday. Rest of the weekdays. Weekends are for fun. Weekdays, work days. We will have, I believe, starting tomorrow and continuing into Friday, Mr. Drexel on the show here in studio. We always have a good time when Drex is on the show. Always get into topics that I would otherwise have no basis to cover. But he gives me a MGTOW pass. I don't know what other passes he could give me, but definitely gives me a MGTOW pass to talk about whatever is on his mind. And truthfully, I don't even care what he's talking about. I love talking to Drexel. We have been talking for a very long time. So we tend to do okay with the conversation. If you haven't checked out one of those shows, you should come and check one out. They're always fun. I'm going to reach out to a viewer who expressed some interest to Orgus Din. I see what you did there, Orgus Din. Nick is going his own way. If I said that acronym like MGTOW, I might be banned from YouTube. So I see what you tried to do to me, but I am a professional and I know these tricks and traps. Unlike Trump, who got suckered at one point in the debate yesterday. And I want to talk about that a little bit too. That was a fun show we had. Yesterday. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But Drexel will be on the next 2 days. Where we go from there, I don't know. Uncivil Law, I have booked for a week from Friday. A week from Friday, we are on the books. So hopefully everything will work out there. That would be a fun show as well. Been looking to talk to him for a while, ever since he said I was terrible at everything. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he actually said that. He's in the chat. No, I'm really looking forward to it. Should be a fun show there. I'm not sure exactly what topics we're going to cover, but it's almost like there's a billion of topics going on right now. And so I think we'll be able to find something to discuss. Should be good there. What else is coming up? No, I didn't think you said that. I was literally kidding. It's fine. Anyway, oh my gosh. There's some other stuff. I still have Sophie documents to sort through. There's some new stuff out there I may try and find as well. So that's on the books. Block something. It's on the whatever is less offensive to say anymore. I do want to cover the Sophie documents. I want to have Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings on to kind of talk about it and maybe come at it from the legal angle as well as the child safety angle. I'm trying to not have as many shows that focus on harm to children, because I know those shows are really hard for some people to deal with. They don't like the subject, and I don't blame you. I hate it. I hate the subject. There's just too much of it popping up in culture and in the small communities where we run. Anna, yes, I said I'm going to be reaching out to a viewer, and that's you. I've got your email, and I will be reaching out to you to hopefully have you on the show either tomorrow or Friday. But anyway, trying to have less shows around that subject because it's so messy. It's so messy. So, that being said, we've got some other people who have given some tentative agreements to come on the show, just looking at booking them down. Let's not get any hopes up until things are booked, but the people who have recently said they would be willing to come on the show include Sargon of Akkad, which I'm looking forward to. Robert Barnes, and I have to. I have follow up to do on both of these gentlemen, of course. We've also got Dean Cain potentially coming on, and I know there's another one. Mark Randazza. So waiting for confirmations on all. Oh, and Chris Hook. How could I forget? So there are 5 really interesting, potentially really, really big shows that I would love to discuss. I heard some rumors, and I'm hoping to confirm it at some point with him that Mr. Randazza will be representing someone that you guys may know. So if I can get that confirmed, I will let you know. But that's very interesting. Oh yes, and Nuke Taco. He is also tentatively agreed as well. So many different guests coming up, and we just gotta lock down dates and schedules. Everybody, it's shocking, but most people do not stream at 11 o'clock at night every weekday. So they don't, like most normal human beings aren't just able to pop into that thing. So, because that's not a normal person schedule, I guess. We're the deviants. So it's all about locking down when people have time and respecting their time and schedules. So that's what we're working on here, and that's what's going on. The debates last night. Super fun show. Sorry it started early. That's when the debate started. Of course, the show still went till, 1 in the morning, I think. Midnight. Still went till midnight. Had a great time with Ty, giving our very amateur political punditry, which mostly just involved me yelling and screaming. But I hope people enjoyed that. It was fun to do. We will probably do the next presidential debate, and I would assume the third presidential debate, and probably even the vice presidential debate. So I don't know if we'll be bringing in other guests. Either they get too crowded, it gets a little messy, because we already have 2 boomers talking along with 2 boomers and a weird simp moderator. So what else? Last housekeeping points before we kind of start diving into it and describing who Russell is. On Twitch, just very briefly, if you are part of the Twitch crew, I love the late night Twitch crew. We watch movies. They're often bad. Last night, we watched a great movie, Over the Top, followed by a terrible movie that I don't even remember the title of. But it will be October. It will be October tonight, and that means horror movies only. Only horror movies for the rest of the month. So, okay. So there's that. What else was there? I felt like there was something about that debate. Oh, I wanted to talk really quickly about Trump's biggest mistake in that debate. Trump's biggest mistake in that debate. Oh yeah, it was Hatchet Man. God, that was bad. His biggest mistake in the debate was pretty simple. Now, I think overall Trump came away looking pretty good in the debate. I think Biden came away looking better than I thought he would. I still think he's a ridiculous person. The format is bad for someone who appears to have his mental state. He's not the kind of guy who's electric in front of a crowd. And still, I thought he did better because he didn't die, right? If he had died on stage, of course, maybe that would have been better for him, for his campaign. I don't know. That leaves some questions. But he did make it through the debate. He didn't have to take breaks. But I thought I thought Biden really screwed up by doing personal insults on Trump. I thought he should have taken the high ground, because that's kind of a thing you have over Donald Trump, is he's gonna get down and do some dirty mud scrapping. And he did. Not as much, I think, as people expected, but his whole, don't ever talk about smart again. You're not smart. You're terribly unsmart. That was so funny. That was hilarious. That was probably the most brutal personal attack he got. Of course, he hit him a couple times on his kid, but not too much. Biden, on the other hand, called Trump a clown, a racist, and the worst president of all time, among other things. He told him to just shut up. Those don't play well. Like, those don't play the way Joe thinks they did. I think he was trying to say, I'm tough just like this guy, but people don't want, like, people do want tough like Trump, I guess, but the people who are electing Joe don't. They don't want that. The people who don't like Trump don't want someone to do Trump diet. Like, they don't want to do that at all. They don't want those personal attacks. And I think Joe could have set himself up better by distinguishing himself from Trump rather than engaging in it. And then run on a whole thing about how Trump tried to bully him. Trump had all this opportunity, and he spent the time focused on personal attacks rather than on the issues. And that was how he was able to bully the moderator. If he had done that, I think they could have run with that, and it would have been more effective for them today. But anyway, that's my thing. Trump's biggest mistake. I think he made one really big mistake. And that was the moderator, Chris Wallace, asked Trump specifically, and it is pretty specific. He said, ask these white supremacist groups to stand down. And Trump took that internet bait. He took the internet bait and he ran with it. And it was a shame. Anybody, all of you guys know, right? Like, that's bait. You know how the internet works because you're not, I guess Trump or Joe Biden. And so you can't do it. You can't do it. He did exactly what they asked him to do. Word for word, ask what they asked. They said, tell these groups to stand, or tell white supremacist groups to stand down. Trump said Proud Boys, which, RIP to them. They're still labeled a white supremacist group, even though I'm not sure that that's entirely true. Having met a couple Proud Boys, not that I'm like in the club or anything, but I met a couple guys, and they don't seem like white supremacists, at least the ones I met, but maybe they are. Maybe they're closetly like, yeah! I don't know. Either way, Trump picks Proud Boys and says to stand down and stay back or whatever, and they lit him up for doing exactly what they asked. And that's how it works. Kidda, Trump also said Proud Boys. Now, the reason that, and it gets distorted, but if you hear Trump, he says something along the lines of, who do you want me to denounce? Just name them. And he's kind of running through some like names, but it's the other two are talking over him, and you hear him say Proud Boys. And so then he says to the Proud Boys, he says it. And I'm sure Biden said, yeah, Proud Boys or whatever. Here's how you answer that question. Mr. Trump, will you denounce white supremacy? Sure. Whatever. I'm not in charge of any group out there. And here is what we're going to do. Anyone out there causing any violence will meet the sad end of a police baton. That's how we're going to crack down on this. It was effective in Pennsylvania. We shut the riots down right away. That's what we're going to continue to do. We don't care who's burning down businesses. We're shutting them down. And that's it. You can't take ownership for any particular group. You can't try and say something that's going to sound like you're giving marching orders, even when they ask, because the sound clip that comes out afterwards is, Proud Boys, you need to stand down. It's like, what influence does Trump have over the Proud Boys? Nothing. Nothing. He's not, as far as I'm aware, the man can't name cereal while being punched in the face. Maybe he can. Maybe he can do that. I don't know. But he doesn't, to my knowledge, have any affiliation with them. Maybe, and also maybe he likes to rub one out from time to time, and that's not allowed. So who knows? Who knows? But he should not take ownership of another organization's actions. He can't do it. You should never do it as a president. And you should just simply say, look, I don't care who's out there. I want everyone to stand down, because we want, and he did say this. To be clear, he also said this, but he went with the Proud Boys thing and said, stand down. But I liked what he said is, I just want peace. I want peace. And that was good, but honing in on the Proud Boys stuff, I think, came out wrong. Now, this is not the biggest thing in the world. They're trying to make this into the biggest issue there is. It's just the worst Trump did during the debate, and I think he did rather well on whole. Of course, they have allegedly stated that the next debate, if any candidate interrupts, their microphone will be muted, and that is not going to play out the way the debate moderators think it will. In my humble opinion, like a passive muting when people interrupt is not going to go very well. People will hate it. Who invented these little cans? Look at this thing. This is stupid. I hate these. It just happens to be the only carbonated thing I have right now, and I kind of wanted some carbonation. Anyway, we'll see how it goes, though. I think largely he did well. I think the plans for the next debate are going to be a disaster. Why'd I buy them? I bought them for my daughter because only children deserve something this useless. But like I said, I'm out of other carbonated beverages. I needed something. Dominic, actually, I believe there is legitimately an aluminum can shortage. Try and find cherry Coke in a can right now. It's pretty difficult. All right. So let's hit a couple of these super chats, and then we will discuss Russel Greer, and hopefully by then we will be joined by the Overlord. Yeah, Sin, I agree with you. Can you imagine shutting off George Washington's microphone, or John Adams, or Thomas Jefferson? Like, they didn't have microphones. You just stood there and you yelled at the other person. That's how you did it. Trump didn't yell either. That was amazing. That shows kind of the presence that he has and his effect. He's soft-spoken even when he's being firm, and that was a big thing to his credit. Red Baron, I bought, neglected, and got rid of a soda stream already. Okay. Eric89074 says, thanks for having Null. He's always my favorite guest. I like him too. Please don't give up on the farms, Null. Sending you Bitcoin right now. Everyone, please send him a few bucks. He's gone through hell and back to keep the farms going. We will talk about how to get Null support while he's on the show. Oh, and I gotta revisit that Trump stream in just a minute because I'm annoyed by something. Oh, hey, Uncivil Law. He says, thought your amicus brief was very good. Oh, thank you. Next week, Friday night is fine. Looking forward to it. Hey, man, thanks. I appreciate that. Fox McLeod says, because nobody shows up to your rallies, that was brutal of Trump. That was very, very brutal. Very brutal. Nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say. I want more insults. I want to go back to the days of yore with real insults and just like, not like, you know, not like profane insults or vulgar, not vulgarity, but just those bites. Like just get them. Gosh, it's funny. Sakaki Onsai says it's looking more like Fuentes or future Fuentes. It's looking more like future debates will not happen, especially looking at the drubbing that Biden got in the post-debate polling. Not saying they won't, but the calls for no more debates is getting louder. Hashtag Biden is chicken. If there are no debates, Trump should show up to do a debate and have a seat with a cardboard cutout of Joe on it or whatever he wants. That's what I would do. He's got equal time. Let him show up. Automata says, you should take a gander at the Daily Beast article on the Proud Boys, why young men of color are joining white supremacist groups. It's as hilarious as it sounds. I read it. It's a couple years old, if I remember right. Also, have you disavowing today? Look, everyone out there avowing right now, look, I need you to stand down. I need everyone to stand down on the avowing. I disavow avowing and disavow. I disavow disavowing. I disavow avowing. I disavow all of the ings. And I need you all to stop immediately. Nova Zero says in Trump voice, Proud Boys, stand down or stand by. We'll shut you down like radical Antifa. Sunset you like Joe. Lock you up like Kamala and sell you to China like the left. We're doing good things, beautiful things, tremendous things. That was good. They also made the classic mistake. They let Trump say beautiful on the fly in context. We're doing beautiful. We're making beautiful. I don't even remember what he said. I just remember the word beautiful. And I was like, can't let him say it. You can't let him say beautiful. It's too charming. Okay, I really quickly want to go back to that stream because I had a comment. I think it's still the pinned comment on that stream. Even though I saw Agrilith did timestamps, and I'll probably go in and pin that, but I didn't have time to change it. And the comment was someone saying that I was not even-handed for the debate, that I was very biased. My bias was showing, and that I needed to go back and reevaluate my life and do better, or whatever. And I'm not sure where someone got the impression that I am unbiased. I think I have always expressed that I believe that there is no such thing as an unbiased person or perspective, and that the more important thing is to wear your biases openly, so that people can understand what they are and judge accordingly. Here's the other thing. I'm a political idiot. I don't really follow politics. I'm not like in on the issues. In fact, several times during the stream, people were like sending corrections and updates and more info about particular subjects, which I thought was great because that's not what I do. I used to follow politics and then I stopped because I have blood pressure that I can't do it. So I can't, I don't pretend anything. But if people think I'm pro-Trump, that's probably not the correct assessment. I'm anti-Biden at this point, although Trump is doing some good things to win me over. And I think he's done some pretty good things in his first 4 years. So right now I'm not opposed to him. At this time in 2016, I was opposed to Donald Trump very much. Right now, I don't know if I'm for him, but I'm certainly not for Biden. I think Biden's a disaster. But yeah, I don't ever mean to mislead anyone into thinking that I'm neutral on some of this stuff. And I didn't think anybody who came here to watch that show with me and Ty Beard, who bleeds Trump, I think sometimes. I don't think anybody could have made the mistake that they were getting a neutral perspective. So I found the comment to be a little bit weird. And here is why I want to talk about it. I think what the person wasn't saying, I don't think they were saying that I needed to be unbiased. I think what they were sad about was that I wasn't biased in their direction. And that's okay. kind of. But what's more okay than that is understanding that we can have different perspectives, still laugh. Make fun of Trump all you want. Like, I will laugh with you. He does some very goofy things, very dumb things that I disagree with. And it's fine. It's fine to have those and still be okay with each other. But the person, they told me they're unsubscribing from the channel, that I have to unsubscribe. And I'm like, what new happened during that show that you didn't get from watching this channel normally? And that's what I don't get. So just the worst part about covering political stuff. Ludwig World Order, we're waiting for Josh. The worst part about covering political stuff is that's how people see politics, is like, oh, I disagree with this person's politics, therefore I must not like them anymore. It's like, wait a minute, come on, man. Like, come on. What are you, some kind of junkie? You can't do it that way. And this is the reason I stopped following politics years ago, because I wasn't in a place to do this. So I'm just saying, as a polite message of encouragement, presidential election years, especially lately, are crap. They ruin friendships and they ruin family. Don't let them do that to you. Don't let them do that to you, your family, your friends. Don't let politics get in between it. If politics are contentious between you and others, like, just avoid the conversation, change the subject, or say, hey, we don't need to talk about this. Let's talk about beer or something else, because it's just not something that's worth it in the end to, like, scream at someone about. And you're only going to end up hurting your personal relationships. So that's all I had to say about that. SM Scorks 89 says, please discuss briefly the update on Meyer versus Wade. Okay, I have heard that Meyer versus Wade's case has been transferred to a different judge. And that means that the calendar on Meyer versus Wade is being pushed back. So that's the updates on Meyer versus Wade that I am aware of. There might be something else. I haven't really seen it, but when you move to a different judge, everything gets recalendared, and usually we're calendaring out farther. So your boy Zach's case will have less resolution or less likely resolution soon rather than later. So that case will go on maybe forever. Cypher Warrior, I don't know what happened with the other judge. I honestly don't. Lee Yakel? I'm not sure. But, okay. That being said, we've got allegedly 25 minutes till the Overlord shows up. And so, what I would like to do is give a little bit of a preview for Russel Greer, who Russel Greer is. A recap, whatever it is. How do we word this? So Russel Greer, maybe I should pull him up. Two L's. Goodness. Let's get an image of Russel Greer on screen. I'm sorry. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Wait a minute. This is something separate. Sorry. It's not actually separate. It's part of it. Can we do this? Okay, that's my stupid face, right? And this is my show. And this is way back. Look at the formatting differences before I had an overlay. I just had a message. Things were so much simpler times back then. What I want to point out, though, is that if we go in here, I don't know if you can see this. This is on IMDb. This is the Russel Greer sues Taylor Swift, and the source on this is IMDb. So apparently there's an IMDb page that has me on it in the show with Russell Greer. Oh God. Oh, I apologize. I could not believe that was real. But that's there. I guess you can go find it that way if you do. Oh, there's a weird gay looking guy that is named Russell Greer also, but okay, let's pull up this guy. All right, so this is Russell Greer. That is Russell Greer. No, his mouth doesn't close. All right, it's always like that. It is not something. It is not something we should make fun of. Definitely don't want to make fun of a disability. That is awful. The disability he has is called Mobius syndrome. Mobius syndrome. You're so wet right now. That is because you're standing too close. So Mobius syndrome is it's a facial muscle paralyzation, and it prevents the lips from closing fully, and it also prevents lateral movement, I believe, of the eyes. So Russell cannot do the shifty eye thing. He can never be like a spy in a movie. He has to turn his head to look side to side. All right. So we do have an artist rendition of what Russell Greer, what Mobius syndrome is. Just give me a second. This is Mobius syndrome from Russell Greer. Okay? It makes communication very difficult. It makes you a little drooly. And it makes eating and drinking difficult. So these are the things that Russell has to deal with. So yeah. Just bear that in mind, okay? Bear that in mind. All right. Now, if you're new to this, you may be offended. And that's okay. It's okay if you are mildly offended. It's only because you don't know, all right? It's only because you don't know. I am not, though, making fun of Mobius syndrome. I am making fun of Russell Greer. And not because he has Mobius syndrome, but because he's a terrible person. That's the reality of Russell. And as you get to know him, you will find out the same thing. Okay? You'll find out the same thing, that Russell is an atrocious human being. AGK says, I disagree with some of your opinions. Doesn't mean I value them or the entertainment you provide any less. Also, Ron Soya is an unlikable human being. All true. Thank you. So, Russell Greer has a dream. And that dream ends up in a couple different possible ways. One of them involves an Olive Garden and then a beautiful night of sweet romance with Taylor Swift. Not Bad Romance by Lady Gaga, but sweet romance with Taylor Swift. But the best part is, in that vision that Russell has, Taylor Swift will love him. She will love him. All right, that's the one way this ends. The other way that Russell's dream ends, the other logical outcome, like that's the yellow brick road or whatever, the other way that it goes is Russell eating at an Olive Garden alone, and Taylor Swift in various small plastic bags distributed in dumpsters around the country. These are the two logical outcomes of Russell Greer's obsession. And what I mean by this is that Russell Greer, for the past couple years, has initiated. I believe now we're on number 4 lawsuits against Taylor Swift. And all of those lawsuits are predicated on the idea that Russell has a literal right to the attention of Taylor Swift or any other celebrity whom he should choose. That he is entitled to their attention. Now, what that attention ends up being in reality versus where it is in Russell's mind, notwithstanding, Russell professes, and this is not secret psychology that we have done to uncover the motives of Russell Greer. This is who Russell Greer says he is. He says that as a celebrity is a celebrity, once they make any representation ever that they appreciate a gift or a gesture from someone who is not also a celebrity, presumably, like some sort of fan. For example, if someone kept all of their fingernail clippings for a year and mailed it to Taylor Swift, and she posted that on her Instagram, that she has now made a representation that she likes fingernails and that she likes gifts, and that if a gift comes to her, that she will take a picture of it and post it on Instagram for 100 million people to see. All right. Taylor Swift has gotten gifts, has gotten shout outs, has gotten thank yous, has gotten any number of things from fans. And sometimes she will post them on Instagram. Or maybe if someone's like dying in a burn ward or something, and they happen to have bought the 1989 album or something, and they post their picture of their burned face and the 1989 album and say like, Taylor is keeping me strong in these times, she might, because she has, show up at the burn ward and like give some encouragement to the poor person. These are things she has done. And once she did those, according to Russell, she is now obligated to treat every other fan the exact same way with whatever they do, regardless of the gravity of the situation, regardless of the age, education level, or whatever of the fan, regardless of anything like that. So it might be like an 8-year-old who has cancer, right? Russell thinks that an 8-year-old having cancer is equally deserving of the attention of Taylor Swift as him, who is like a 30-something-year-old man with Mobius syndrome. That they're the same thing. And he, therefore, because she did this for someone else, owes it to him to do something similar. So in that course of action, in that line of thinking, it's very important that you get yourself in the mind of Russell Greer. Very important to get yourself in the mind of Russell Greer here. With that in mind, he spent 2 years composing a song called I Get You, Taylor Swift. He hammered it out on one of those like play school keyboards with only 1 octave or whatever. He did it. He composed it painstakingly over 2 years, wrote this song. And by wrote, I'm being a little generous. What he did was he took a bunch of titles of Taylor Swift songs and put them to a crappy melody, and then that was the song he created. Can we hear it? I mean, I think we can. Do you guys want to hear I Get You, Taylor Swift? We can do that. Russell Greer? Hold on. Man, it's hard to find him. I got to put this in quotes. Even putting I Get You Taylor Swift in quotes does not get me I Get the song. Hold on. Russel Greer. He has a SoundCloud. Here it is. Here it is. Where are we? Okay. Here is the song, but before we play it, first I've got to unmute you guys. Unmute it for you. Before we play the song, I want you to understand that Russel is not the person singing this song. Russel is not the singer. He actually had to he actually hired someone to perform it, and he hates it. But first he hired someone to perform it, and they stole his money and didn't do it. Then he hired a second studio to perform it, and he hated it. He said the guy sounds like a knockoff Darius Rucker. Okay? So, I do have the volume adjusted downward. I know some of you have some headphones on. I'll monitor it and raise it if it gets loud. But here's I Get You, Taylor Swift. All right? Wait a minute. Sorry, I had the wrong output selected. I don't know how that even happened. Let's start this over. Oh my goodness. Here we go. I love this song. I think it's great.
Teardrops on your guitar shows how innocent your heart is. I get you, I get you.
I
Walking
get you.
out of each law firm, looking for my state of grace. Hiding my rejected face. I've been here all too well. It's quite treacherous. I get you, I get you. I can't help but wonder what Taylor Swift did in moments like these. Guitar on her back, holding her car keys. Pedal to the metal, I'm leaving you forever. I get you, I get you.
Okay. All right. Now, let's add some commentary to that. Let's add some commentary to that. Because we have to. We have to. My man has a judicious lack of use of rests. I don't know if he knows this, but he is dropping phrases on top of each other like he's building a skyscraper, and you cannot do that. It is way too hard to follow the phrasing of the song. I don't know how my man pulled it off without breathing, but he did. He did do that. But so this is what he did. But of course, the criticism, the song is not long enough, and part of that is because he crammed all of it together. And I would suggest that maybe if he, and I think he's improved as he's gone on. This is not his only song. There are many of these. But I think his initial attempt, he was nervous about writing the song. He was having trouble structuring the melody. And so what he did was he didn't add in or fill out. He didn't fill out the song. And therefore, that's why the lyrics are just piled on top of each other and ultimately ended up being terrible. Now, Russel hates the song. He hated it immediately. He said it was terrible. He forgot that he wrote it, I think. He said it was bad. He said they performed it bad. I think they did a great job. A great job with it. It's It's true. The I Don't Get You song is better. It is. It is. But yeah, so Russell had some problems with creating the track. We talked about that. His original music producer stole his money. The second music producer he didn't like. I think the guy's got a very nice voice, and I think they did a pretty good job with what they were presented. So Russell takes it and goes into some sort of deep depression. But everybody, quote unquote, everybody, encouraged him to just go ahead and send it, bro. Just send her the song. Of course, she will buy out another Victoria's Secret after hearing it, because she won't be able to contain her joy, and then you guys will get married. So he sends her the song. More appropriately, he sends it to her agents, which is really more appropriate. Sending her agents the thing to deliver on to her. All right. So the agents respond very, very quickly to Russell Greer. And they tell him that due to copyright issues, Miss Swift does not accept any musical submissions at all of any kind. And she will never even hear the song. They tell him straight out, she will never listen to this. She cannot accept musical submissions. This is infuriating to Russell, who did not think through the potential issues of a recording artist accepting performed work, and then maybe recording another song years later that has like a 5-note progression or a 2-chord progression or something from the other song, and having a lunatic sue them over the song that they definitely listened to. So Russell failed to read between the lines of what the agent was saying when he said, Miss Swift will never hear this. That's legal cover for Taylor Swift. She cannot have admitted to hearing the music, because if she puts out something later that is any resemblance to what he put out, 1, she should end her career and check herself into a mental ward, but 2, she could be sued handily for copyright infringement, and whether or not the person was able to succeed, it would be a waste of time and resources for her. So she's not allowed to accept music. That's the long and short of it. Russell was not happy with this. Not happy at all. He fired back. He let them know that this was not a proposed song for her to record, like Greer is some singer-songwriter, 17-year-old girl with dreams or something like that. This was just a gift for her to listen to for her pleasure. It was for her enjoyment, not for solicitation, okay? They responded again that no, she cannot accept this. And then he tried again and again and again to send it through them, and they would not accept it. He then has various antics that involve sending things to her house. One of the houses. I don't know which one. It also involves sending things to her extended family members, like her mother, her brother, him allegedly befriending her brother on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or something, although I believe it was revealed to be a troll. I'm not quite up on that lore, but Russell did pursue this quite a bit. When he was unable to successfully woo her with his song, he resorted to the next thing you do when you're chasing that special lady's heart. He sued her in small claims court in Utah, in Salt Lake City. He sued her. She was represented by a man who I believe is running for the Attorney General of Utah, if I'm not mistaken, or Solicitor General or something. And if he is, and you happen to be in Utah, I think that's a voting thing in Utah, vote for Gregory Skordas, the hardest working man in Utah. You must You must vote for him if you're in Utah. Anyway, so Skordas is the lawyer. He represents Taylor Swift in this small claims court action. Russel sued Taylor Swift, expecting she would show up to small claims court. Like, he thought that's what was going to happen. He thought that she would be in the courtroom. She, of course, was not. Shockingly, multi-million-dollar celebrities don't just show up at whatever small claims courtroom you decide they need to be at, and they can appear through counsel for some of these things. So Skordas represents Taylor Swift. Russel Greer allegedly sent Skordas an offer to settle the lawsuit, and that offer was predicated merely on a very reasonable request of very little monetary value. It was a dinner engagement with Taylor Swift and Russel Greer. Not a date. Hashtag not a date. It was not a date. But he would drop the lawsuit if he could just have dinner with Taylor Swift. So that did not work out. And Skordas was able to valiantly defend Taylor in court. Now, I am told that Russell made some sort of passing remark about Skordas's daughter at some point, and that may have soured their chance for a future relationship, or any possibility of Russel Greer perhaps paralegaling for Skordas in the future as well. But I cannot confirm that. That's what happened there. Russell would then proceed to file 3 now federal lawsuits against Taylor Swift. In the first 2, he would fail to serve her properly, despite several attempts. And you may recognize, or you may know, that Taylor Swift, if you don't remember this, Taylor Swift a couple years back implemented a policy of using facial recognition scanners as part of the security at concerts. And there's a rumor that is because Russel Greer attempted to buy, or did buy, I think, front row tickets to one of her shows with the intent of serving her a lawsuit during the concert. He was rebuffed by security, who shockingly were not prepared to let this beautiful creature get within a kilometer, as it were, of Taylor Swift. They just were not ready for that action. They decided that maybe he needed a fire extinguisher to that open grill, or whatever it was. I don't know how they kept him away, but they did. I think it was like this, a dramatic reenactment. Hello, I'm here to talk to Taylor Swift. I smell a murderer. And then they grabbed him and threw him out. But anyway, that was the plan that failed. He was not able to serve Taylor Swift in the previous 2 lawsuits. Both of them were dismissed for his failure to serve. He asked for all sorts of things, none of which he got. He was not able to serve Taylor Swift. He has since sued again. That is still pending, last I checked, in the district court of, I think, Kentucky or Tennessee. Tennessee makes more sense. I think it's Tennessee, in federal court there in Tennessee. And we will see if he will get that off of there. But he is not alone. He is not the only, or Taylor Swift is not his only target of a lawsuit. He has also attempted to sue Katy Perry, I believe, Ariana Grande. He has, basically, if it's hot and has female legs, he sues it. He attempted to fall in love with a stripper, and was eventually sort of rebuffed from that one, and kind of did some cyber stalking on that girl. Now, I don't know if the stripper was the same girl. He just got actually convicted of cyber stalking crimes, and which is a misdemeanor, and he had to pay some money, a couple $100, and he has to stay away from some chick. I went through that, I think, on this show. I can't remember the case very vividly, though. It seemed pretty straightforward. Another thing that Russell did that I glossed over back when Russell was in high school. He was arrested. He was arrested as a senior in high school. He was 18 years old. As a senior in high school, there in I think Wyoming. And he was arrested because he went into a bathroom and he wrote down a kill list. I better hold on one second. Josh should be joining us soon. Okay. All right, sorry about that. I had to make sure to tell him where I sent him the links. He wrote down a kill list, a murder list on the wall of a bathroom. He admitted to all this. Later he denied that this happened. He was arrested for it. He was initially charged. The charges would end up being dropped. And presumably because his, I believe his foster parents or adoptive parents, I'm not sure which ones they were, they went ahead and sent, or they hired some legal representation for him and got that taken care of. But it was not like he went to court and won. They had the case dismissed, probably with like a promise of sorry, he was only pretending to be retarded or something like that. The kill list has been confirmed, Ricky. We did this on the show as well. A wonderful person procured the documents and sent them to me. So there is a live stream going through the police report. They talk about what was written. They talk about Russell admitting to all of it. So it's all there. Oh, there we go. There is hold on. Hey, you're muted, just so you know. Oh, you're unmuted now.
No, I should be fine.
It showed a mute icon at first, but no, you're here. I hear you. You sound great.
Great. Hi.
Welcome. I've been just singing the ballad of Russel Greer, basically, telling the backstory. But the backstory for him is so long, there's no way you could cover all of it.
No, probably not. Not unless you did like a full comprehensive analysis. But in video form, that would take hours to go over just everything he's done.
It would take forever. It's taken me forever just to get through the stuff he did to Taylor Swift. But guys, what you need to do, you need to pop. Oh, I should put you on screen. And by you, I mean your avatar, of course. What you need to do is there is a playlist of Taylor Swift, Russel Greer streams on my channel. We read his entire book. He wrote a book about suing Taylor Swift. It's phenomenal. They're all there. You can go to that Taylor Swift or the Russel Greer playlist and you can learn all about this guy. It'll keep you occupied for hours. But I would much rather now transition to talking to my guest. How's it going, man? It's been a few.
Pretty good. If I sound tired, it's just because I just woke up. I ate half a sandwich while listening to you talking about Greer. And I was optimistic about like this lawsuit being funny, the one that he's filed against me, and I read through it, and it's more than I hoped for in terms of like comedic value expressed through the artistic medium of legalese. It is Just every section is funny on its own.
That's good. I would like to go through some of your highlights if you have some on it as we get kind of into it. Uh, if that works, or we can. I don't know if you want to like. Normally, I like read through the whole thing, but I feel like that can get really long and tedious. And this thing is 30 pages plus a bunch of appendices, right?
There are 30. I paid $10.10 to download my own lawsuit from Pacer. There are a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of like specimens attached that are each 2 pages because it has like a front cover and then like the specimen, the screenshot has the second page, and
Are they
almost
all?
not.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say that they're needless most of the time, and the things that you would want evidence for, he doesn't provide any evidence at all. And the thing that I noticed going through it myself and talking about it on my stream was that he repeatedly attempts to say that I alone can be held responsible for everything that's ever happened to him. And he alleges that all those things are like criminal or civil damages against him, but not once ever in the entire thing, besides my counter DMCA, does he ever cite me doing anything to him. I don't appear in any of the specimens. I don't appear in the story at all, except that I just happen to own the forum and I counter DMCA'd him.
Nice. So he did, but he didn't bring. He didn't. So complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief for contributory copyright infringement, electronic communications harassment, and defamation. Why didn't he just bring a copyright complaint against you? Like,
I don't know. Like he can't file like a harassment charge against me in civil court. I'm pretty sure. That's like criminal.
I mean,
I could be wrong.
There's common law civil harassment, but he's saying electronic communications harassment. I'm guessing I'm betting he cites some statutes, which is probably the wrong way to go. Yeah, but we'll see. I guess a civil action seeking damages and injunctive relief for copyright infringement. So it says this thing is his writing style for lawsuits can be described best as spastic. So
the way that this is written is funny because if I remember correctly, there are 200 paragraphs in this. It's 30 pages long, and for the most part, it looks like it was written in one day, except for a very specific part at the very end, which is about the engagement he currently has in criminal court for stalking. And that area is not only completely differently written, it is so much more succinct and professional compared to the rest of it. Like, I think he wrote most of this, and then when he lost in criminal court, he went back, opened this up like a month later, and added on this appendix or this appendage that is with a more sobered outlook about court.
Well, you know, he was expecting to win that criminal case, which is he was gonna get that. He was gonna win that case, and that's probably what happened. Is once he lost, he's like, oh, damn, I have to go back.
in this lawsuit, he specifically cites the forum as being a contributing factor to him losing that criminal case.
I mean, does he realize that that's not damages? That's
no, he does claim that is damages. That's count 3 false light. That's actually the most succinct area of the entire lawsuit is count 3 false light for helping contribute to his unjust guilty conviction in criminal court.
I mean, a court though isn't going to determine that a criminal court's prosecution was unjust unless he's like appealing it and they overturn it, like
or their O.J. Simpson.
I guess. Yeah, if you had some super famous suit, they could maybe determine it. But OJ, he won or whatever. His
Well,
big criminal
yeah, that's
case.
the opposite. Is that
Right.
he basically got double jeopardy because he won his murder case and then he lost a civil case for wrongful death.
Yes.
Because civil cases apparently don't count for double jeopardy, and they have a lesser bar for quality of evidence.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
So you can
so yeah,
you
so
can
he
be
lost
not
his book
guilty of
rights.
you can be not guilty of murder, but you can definitely be the reason someone died. So-
It- that case is actually one of the most interesting like American like cases ever, just because of how he did win criminal, he lost civil, and then they won the rights to his book If I Did It, and then they have I don't think they can change the text of his book, but they add like a preamble saying OJ Simpson totally fucking did it, and then they change the cover so that the if is like the dot of the I. So it just says I did it with a little if right above the I. It is really, really fascinating to me what happened to OJ.
Oh, my poor dude. Then he goes on Twitter and immediately is like telling people you're next and sending them a bunch of knife
That's funny.
emojis.
I forgot about that.
That's my favorite thing he's done in his entire life. That includes the Naked Gun movies. Is you next and a bunch of knives. Uh so okay. So let's get something out of the way. Russell he's trying to elude the safe harbor of Section 230, right? Like that's right up front in the case.
It's not just right up front. I'll spoil the ending for you. At the very end, where he lists what he wants, he very specifically lists 195, last sentence in the entire document. For a declaration that the Communications Decency Act does not protect Kiwi Farms or defendant Moo. That's his declaratory injunction that he wants. He wants a written statement from the court saying that I do not get to enjoy Section 230 protections ever.
That's crazy.
Period.
That's beautiful. So he thinks a court will just single out your website and
then say that the law does not apply to me because it's so mean.
Right. Perfect. I like it. I like the theory. If you're gonna go for it, go all the way. All right. Well, let's take a look at the nature of the action section. We'll read through this real quick so that people know what he's going for here, and then maybe we can kind of figure out how to go through it from there. So plaintiff brings this action seeking to put an immediate stop to and obtain redress for defendant's blatant and purposeful contributory infringement of plaintiff's copyrights, which are a book entitled Why I Sued Taylor Swift and How I Became Falsely Known as Frivolous, Litigious, and Crazy, and for songs Greer also copyrighted I Don't Get You, Taylor Swift, and other songs. All works are copyrighted with the United States Copyright Office. So is Kiwi Farms hosting these files, or you're free to not answer any of these questions, of course, as you have allegedly pending litigation.
So the Kiwi Farms hosts links to a Google Drive, which has been up for years. Supposedly, I've never actually accessed it, so I don't know if it's even true. But supposedly, this Google Drive link contains a copy of his book, and it has for a while. And when he DMCA'd me, I told him, Russell Greer, you're DMCAing me for having a link on my website. And there was a court case called Perfect 10 versus Google, in which they determined that having a link to something is not copyright infringement, even if the actual
Perfect 10, like the porn magazine Perfect 10?
Possibly. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't know what I think it might be porn. That would make sense. But I think it was Perfect 10 v Google, and in that case, they determined that links to copyright infringement were not itself copyright infringement.
Right.
So,
go ahead.
And I mentioned this to him very explicitly. I cite this case to him, and I tell him, if you want this taken down, all you have to do is file a DMCA with Google, because Google's not going to fuck around. They're just going to delete it, especially if it actually is legitimate, just rehosting a book, right?
Right.
Now, the other one is the song. I have found a song on his thread, and the problem is while I think it's the song he's talking about, Could be. He does mention other songs. The problem is that both in the original DMCA complaint and in the lawsuit, he does not actually link to it directly or correctly if that is the song. It goes to page 1448. There's a song on 1447. So if that is the song he's talking about, there's no way that I can know. But that is the one where he gets someone to sing for him, and it sounds like an NSYNC kind of like boy band style to it.
I think we just listened to it. That was
Yeah,
I Get You, Taylor Swift, or whatever.
I
But-
don't get you.
Oh, wait,
when
so
he's
that-
holding up the sign.
Okay, so that's his new one then, is the I Don't Get You, Taylor Swift.
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm telling you.
the
No,
DM
I'm educating
Okay,
you
okay.
here. Yeah, I Get You, Taylor Swift
Okay.
was his first song that he wrote back originally that is a predicate for all of the previous lawsuits against Taylor Swift. And then as he kept losing, he ended up writing I Don't Get You, Taylor Swift. Also, when she I think when she came out in support of Biden and stuff like that, and and it turned out that she wasn't a Republican or something. Maybe when she supported the gays or something like that. I can't remember what triggered it, but something triggered him, and he like disavowed Taylor Swift, sort of.
I thought that the title was more clever. I thought, oh, that must be I Get You must be like a Taylor Swift song or something. But no, it's just him referencing his own work to her as if he would care or think of him in anything with anything besides total disgust after he sued her.
Are you familiar with the original I Get You, Taylor Swift then? Because what it is basically it's a bunch of like big lines and titles of her songs strung together, like that book A Million Little Pieces, if you remember, that was written in Stream of Consciousness. It was a big like Oprah book, and then it turned out to be a lie. It was great.
No, never heard of that.
Oh, it was a good controversy back in like this would have been around 2006, 2007. A guy wrote a book called A Million Little Pieces. He was supposedly like a recovered drug addict. And so it was written in like this schizophrenic sort of drug addict way. And then Oprah's like pimping the book, and it's this huge thing. It's blowing up all over the place. And it's like, oh yeah, this guy never did drugs in his entire life. He completely lied. But that's how this song actually plays out. Is that it's just like song titles and phrases just piled one after another to try and make coherent thought, and it's great. I strongly recommend giving it a listen. It's available on Russel's SoundCloud, which you can find at SoundCloud, where all of his music is hosted for free. So,
well, that doesn't. People bring that up. It's like, how can you claim copyright when you host this on YouTube? It's like, well, it's not necessarily so simple.
No, it's not. Because, I mean, technically, if someone just re-uploaded one of my videos, that would be copyright infringement. However, if you link to one of my videos, that would not be copyright infringement. And if you link to someone else's re-upload of my video, that's not necessarily copyright infringement either, as you were pointing out before. So, okay, so he says the next thing, traditionally, websites have not been liable for third-party conduct in accordance with the Communications Decency Act and Safe Harbor digital laws. Now, the Safe Harbor protections are, I believe, built into the Copyright Act that he's probably referencing there. Except he doesn't actually cite to the laws that he's talking about, so always hard to say. However, websites are not immune from federal copyright infringement claims when they know about such claims, but refuse to move the copyrighted material, as has been the case here.
That's not correct already. The thing is that the CDA Section 230 provides such strong protections for all civil claims, right? That they had to basically create the DMCA as a device to puncture Section 230, and it's a process, and it has to be done correctly. Otherwise, you don't get to just decide that, oh, now this is line crossing. This is they know about it. You know, you have to actually file a DMCA. It has to be correct, and it also has to point to the content directly. And he has not done that. So I would say that I still have not been properly DMCA'd.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Now, technically, you don't. while I agree with what you're saying, you don't have to DMCA someone to file a copyright infringement claim. But it gets really tricky when we're talking about you're not infringing on the copyright because you're not actually hosting the content. So I think, yeah.
For the song, I think the song is on the site. The song he's complaining about, but I can't know for sure. It's not possible.
Sure. Right. So he'll have to flesh that out in the case. Let's see if he does it. Additionally, separate from the copyright claims, defendant website Kiwi Farms is a hub for harassment, stalking, and doxing. And he is a recent expert on cyberstalking, I think. The site's lies and harassment have ruined Greer's reputation and have caused him and those close to him to fear for their lives. Mr. Moon has encouraged this by allowing for said conduct to occur. I'm not sure if that's the definition of encouraging. He has even participated in the conduct by engaging in commentary and encouraging the infringing activity. Ooh, that's very damning of you.
Throughout the lawsuit, there's occasional references, sometimes more inappropriately than that, where he just says that Greer and family and friends fear for their lives. And people speculated, and I like this theory, that he learned from his cyberstalking criminal case that you have to claim that you're in fear for your life in order to get anywhere with that crime.
Yeah. Typically, you have to have a subject, at least for like a restraining order, and lots of different crimes that involve like your mental state. You have to have both a subjective and an objective reasonable fear. So the reasonable fear would be the objective part of it, but then you also have to be afraid. So it's not just that someone could be afraid, it's that you were also afraid. Both of them have to occur, and that helps weed out like claims against jokes and stuff like that where the person's in on it. Because otherwise, like, you could pull a really elaborate practical joke and the other person could be involved in it, and then the state could come in and prosecute you even though the other person was fine, because someone else who's just a reasonable person could be afraid by the same activity. So they want to get rid of stuff like that. But yeah, so that's probably why he's littering it in there. I'd agree. That's likely his modus or MO here. While typically upheld by the courts, the Communications Decency Act is an outdated law and wasn't intended to protect sites such as defendants. Thus, the law should be found that it does not give immunity to defendant in this case for the non-copyright claims. See, I disagree with that. I think it was probably definitely intended to protect sites just like yours. I think that's exactly who it was intended. What was that?
The FBI would disagree with you, apparently.
Oh, well, it wasn't the FBI. You're talking about the new recommendations?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to talk about those because I saw a couple good things in there, and then like a lot of it was just terrible.
Yeah, it's like half and half. Half is good, half is bad.
Yeah.
Specifically with this, though, I mean, does legislative intent matter at all in a case like this? I mean, maybe it matters at like the Supreme Court level, but here I don't think it matters.
You can make the legislative intent argument, but the problem is the plain word, like the words of the statute aren't really ambiguous. As much as I've talked about in the past, arguments from guys like Ted Cruz, who've said that, publisher versus platform and stuff like that are out there. That's not actually in the text, and it's not really open for ambiguity. They pretty clearly define who they're talking about, and it's damn near everybody. So you can always make like a legislative intent or a public policy argument, but they're really weak when the statute is clear and unambiguous. And I don't think 230 is ambiguous, personally. So you can make the argument, and in theory, he could try, like he could be the sledgehammer that drives the stake into the heart of 230 with this lawsuit. But I don't think he's going to.
I would be okay with that ending.
You'd be okay.
That'd be the funniest possible outcome. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Maximum funny is Russel Greer kills 230 protections for everyone.
Hmm.
Okay, so thus the law should be found that it does not give immunity to defendant in this case for the non-copyright claims. But see, and this is where he starts to screw up with this idea, is that he should just say that the law is overbroad, or vague or whatever, and is therefore void. Not that the law should be found that it doesn't give immunity to you, but that the immunity protections are objectively unreasonable, or that they're unconstitutional or something. Those are the arguments he should make, not that it's specific to your site. I think that's a big problem for him. Defendant's conduct is causing, and unless immediately enjoined, will continue to cause enormous and irreparable harm to plaintiff. Does he ever describe the harm?
He claims he claims that he lost his criminal case. That's one of the damages he lists.
Mm-hmm.
He lists that people don't associate with him, that publishers don't want to publish his stuff anymore. People will agree to do business with him and then back out of it because of harassment, allegedly, and that his own family doesn't want anything to do with him. And he claims those are all brought on by the forum.
Does he allege that the information is false on the site? Because it doesn't look like there's any defamation. Oh, well, it does say the site's lies, I guess. So, okay.
Well, do you want to skip around a bit? Because I happen to have a highlighted version of this, and I'll give you a paragraph number.
Yeah, do it. That would be great.
So I'm trying to think of what specifically he says is false. Let me try. At one point, he tries to go to 167 and read that.
Real quick, though, I've got to read paragraph 14. Okay?
Okay.
Classifying Moon's site as a forum is being extremely kind. His users don't debate and discuss like a traditional forum does. His site goes...
No, yeah,
that's one of the least true things. Well, it's simultaneously true and untrue. I don't know if there are as many F slurs on other forums or kill yourselves on other ones, but there's definitely debate and discussion going on. His site goes far beyond that. They stalk and harass. Moon and his site have caused 3 people to commit suicide. A woman who set self on fire in Portland Park, remembered as brilliant and tortured artist from Oregon Live. Article says Segal, a transgender woman, became the target of hate mob Kiwi Farms, an online group New Yorker magazine described as the web's biggest community of stalkers.
Yeah, people have been alleging that for forever. That's old.
Yeah, this is 2018 on this one, but yeah, go ahead.
I think I mentioned this before, but what's really sad about Chloe is that she, before igniting themselves on fire, did a spiel in like an Oregon public park and gave a huge thing because they had just gotten kicked out of their home by their roommates. So they were literally just homeless. And they gave a big spiel about homelessness and mental health. And they had a bunch of papers that they were reading from. And after they set themselves on fire, the papers blew away. And so it's just like vague recounts from people there. And then as soon as they were dead, all of the people that hated Chloe had so many enemies in like the transgender community. They all came out and after completely cutting Chloe out of their life, blamed the forum for the suicide as opposed to the fact that they were homeless and that they had no friends because all their friends had completely cut them out. It's very sad. And to this day, people invoke Chloe as like some kind of gotcha against the forum, and it's like it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Life usually is. So the web's biggest community of stalkers that specializes in harassing people they perceive being mentally ill or sexually deviant in some way. Okay, so paragraph 165, you say?
Go to 163, read the title, and go all the way down to where it says count 4. It's only a page.
Victims. With it established that Moon has interacted with the thread on Greer. On the first page about Greer, it states, July 2020, Russell has a date in court with one of his victims. Exhibit A2. Mr. Moon has surely seen the statement and has clearly interacted with the case by going on to a show to talk about the case. What show?
I wonder who that could be. Well, yeah, what show they're talking about.
This places Greer in a false light because while it is true that he is in a criminal court case, he does not have multiple victims, as the statement alleges. There's only one victim, who actually was a friend to Greer, and their relationship soured, which led to the current state of events. Oh, and he has his second footnote. He's 27 pages in. He has his second footnote. What's it say? As this complaint is written, the criminal case Orem City versus Russell Greer is still ongoing. He must have forgotten to take that out after losing, I guess. Mr. Moon has given publicity to this case and has said in the past that Greer stalks women. I mean, I think he does. Kiwi Farm says
that is literally factually correct.
Yeah,
he's point in time
guilty of the crime of stalking a woman right now. Kiwi Farm says misconstrued flirty, friendly, warm conversations as stalking. Which is ironically said by a website that stalks people. Exhibit A4 contains some of Greer's so-called stalking behavior. Wait!
Do you have that PDF? I can send it to you.
I've got it. Do we know?
Or I can just...
Is that which one is it? This is A3. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. I've got it right here. A4 is 03-5 is the file name. So here we go. Here's an example of Russell's alleged stalking behavior. So thank you. I like your new profile pic, lol. However, I prefer your face. Haha, I'll put one up once I get a good one. Haha. And then this weird picture. Okay.
Is that a picture of her that he is sending to her?
I don't know.
Is that what's happening? That's what it looks like to me, which is creepy.
Right. And I don't mean to be annoying. This is from Russell here. I just think you're so perfect, and I would do anything to get to know you better. Thanks, Russell. I really appreciate it. No problem. So what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Saw your Instagram story. Ha! Ooh. Cringe.
You got to read the emojis. It's no problem. Smiley face, kissy face, heart emoji.
That's true. That's 3 too many emojis for a man to be using. So then he's not very good at blacking out the names. He used an airbrush tip or something.
Yeah, that's a common thing. I don't know how the fuck he's doing this. I guess he's just doing it in like Adobe and then using the highlighting tool with the color is black. But you can see the names and phone numbers of every single person in this document. And then he's wondering aloud in the filing, how do people find names and phone numbers of people that I do business with? I have an idea.
Yeah, just use a solid line. Sweet Pea, love your video, smoochy face. He got a heart back. I needed that right now. Thank you so much. Heart replied to your story. And then sent only you can see this. And then what is it? Can't even. Friendly PSA reminding everybody to just get along. Oh, okay. So that's it. So he grabs 3 screenshots, doesn't give the court any context to what's going on.
And he files them. They are full page phone screenshots, each of them taking up a full sheet of A4 paper. I can't imagine having to actually print this out. It would cost like $50.
Yeah, it's just awful form. Like what? But my main problem is that he doesn't have like the posts. I'm guessing those pictures were grabbed from a post on the forum. It's just like, why don't you have a post on the forum? I mean, we know why, because they probably see the rest of the context. So that's his so-called stalking behavior. In the exhibit, it is plainly seen that there's respectful conversation going on. There's no perversion, no harassment, and no belittling. Okay. Greer reached out to female celebrities to impress, which is normal for fans to do. I'm sorry. he wrote that sentence. It's not. Is that okay? Maybe you have a better grip on humanity than I do, Josh. But is it normal to reach out to female celebrities to impress? Is that? I mean,
Probably not. I would say for almost everyone that I think I talked about this on my last stream, is that if you think you know someone because you've like watched their YouTube videos or you like listen to their songs, you really don't. I think people underestimate how easily affected by like parasocial relationships they are. And I mean,
yeah.
me too. Like I'm best friends with the guys from Red Letter Media, right? Because I've watched every single one of their videos. But I know for a fact if I actually tried to talk to any of them, they'd probably find me like awkward and disconnected from what they're actually interested in. And I think that goes for everyone. So no, I would not say that it's normal for people to reach out to celebrities to impress, regardless of if they're female or not, which is a weird thing to
Yeah.
include.
Well, and to use the word impress is the weird one for me, because I think it would be normal to reach out to celebrities and just fail. Like, as people,
Yes.
send someone a message on Instagram, hey, I loved your song or whatever. Like, fans do that. I assume, like, people send me messages kind of out of the blue and just say, hey, I really like the show on a particular night. And that's always nice, but I don't get the feeling they're trying to impress me. Although maybe they are.
They're trying to fuck you.
Yeah. Well, maybe I need to answer more of those DMs, which is normal.
No, Nick.
But he has never stalked them, which would be showing up at their homes, following their movements, trespassing, etc. He's never done any of that. But wait a minute, this is self-defeating, because he said that Kiwi Farms does the stalking, but I'm guessing he doesn't have any record of Kiwi Farms showing up at people's homes, following their movements, trespassing. So that's kind of weird. But
as far as I know, at no point in history has anyone from the forum showed up at someone's house.
right.
Ever. Like I think I would know. I think I remember if that happened at least once. I mean, there's been instances of Frank Castle showing up at Boogie's place. There's been people showing up at my place.
I was going to ask you
But
about Frank and Boogie. That was
as far as I know, Frank doesn't have a forum account.
yeah. No, I wasn't going to ask you in that context. I was just going to later. I think if we can get around to it, it might be funny to just chat about it for a minute, because that was wild. I'm kind of curious your opinions on the actions of the two parties. But okay, Greer is like any other young man. He flirts with women. Even older men do it. Some men are much more crude and disgusting than anything Greer has said. But to single out Greer's behavior is ignoring the millions of others who do the same thing and puts Greer in a false light that he has many victims. Mr. Moon has recklessly allowed for that statement to remain on the front page and has spread that Greer stalks women in the past. Greer can't find the exact page, and there are thousands, but he remembered Null. At this point, are they like, who the fuck is Null? Talking about Greer on a thread. He could find it if it was satisfactory to this court. Yeah, yes, it was of course, like, never tell the court you could have done something that you easily could have done. Like, that's a terrible point.
I actually really like 169. This is one of my favorite paragraphs in the entire thing, because it essentially invalidates the entire lawsuit. You know what I mean? It's like everything can now be attributed to his own words, that he alleges specific damages but cannot find where they're at. And it can be assumed because there are, quote, thousands of threads or whatever, thousands of pages. He refers to pages as threads throughout the entire thing, but here he gets it right. There are thousands of pages about Greer, and there is no way that a specific comment has caused repercussions in his real life in the way that he states, just because of this.
Yeah, and that's, well, I remember him saying something about it. I mean, that might work for the internet or whatever, but the crazy thing is, like, telling the court that this happened and you could find it, like if they wanted you to. Of course they want you to. They need the facts.
They need specific incidents of anything, and he never throughout the entire thing, he does not allege a specific thing. The closest he gets to that is the song. Yeah. But as I said, he doesn't link to it directly in any way. I don't know if that's the right song. So what he expects me to do about it. And by the way, I went and checked. That song has 360 views or something. It's like less than one view a day since it's been uploaded. And he can't allege punitive damages, which would be up to $150,000 under copyright infringement. So he would have to allege actual damages based on the copyright infringement if it happened.
Well, if he registered the song, if he has a registered copyright for it, he could be entitled to the 150,000 statutory damages. I mean,
would be only if he could prove that I was very intentionally infringing on his copyright, like a Pirate Bay situation, as opposed to having any initial consideration for fair use, which I think I do.
Yeah.
If assuming that's the right song at all, right?
Right. That's the problem, is if he doesn't properly identify it in the lawsuit, it's going to be really hard to establish that the infringement actually occurs. And then he's going to have to establish that it's actually you hosting it. And then he's going to have to establish that, there has been a request to take it down or something. But yeah, I think fair use is definitely a question as well.
The fair use question is interesting. And I guess we'll just finish off. There's 2 more sentences and I'll talk about the fair use.
So this false light has caused a few people to cut off contact with Greer. A few people, like who? Like a few. Okay. These facts set forth a claim of false light against defendant Moon are the last 2 sentences there.
Which is just like a complete logical train wreck. The caboose is completely detached from the rest of the train at this point. Like, someone said the word victims instead of victim, and I host the site. Therefore, I'm personally responsible for people not wanting to associate with him after he gets convicted of stalking.
And I would never use few. Like,
no, you should at this point, if this was like a legitimate claim and he had actual damages, he would say, after this point, my uncle Todd said that he wanted nothing to do with me because he saw the conviction and then looked me up and saw that other people were claiming that he had multiple victims. That would be how you write it, right?
Right.
But it never happened. It didn't happen in real life, but he's angry. So he's going to claim that a few people cut out, and he just assumes that at no point will the court go, well, who specifically looked at this and said, because there are more than one victim, I do not want to talk to you or have anything to do with you. He doesn't actually think the court will go that far, and I don't know why. I don't know why he doesn't think that.
Yeah, I think because he's maybe got a deficiency upstairs is the main reason that he doesn't think that. But it's just, and again, it's just like, even if you're going to be vague about it, just say this false light has caused people to cut off contact with Greer, because what's a few, right? Is a few 3? Is a few 15? Is it Facebook friends that he's lost? How's he measuring it? I would just say people to cut off contact with Greer rather than a few people, because that's minimizing your own perspective, and just psychologically it's minimizing it for the court. So I think that's,
it is. It's a weird word to use because it does have a connotation of being like little, like not serious.
Not so bad. Okay, I got a couple chats I want to catch up on, and then let's talk about that. Let's talk about fair use in just a second. So Bad Vibe says, oh god, imagine Lemon Lungless representing Greer. That would be great. Overcloud says, nice show. I think that was for you, Josh. It's great.
Thank you. Yes, there's some guy who leaves a comment on every copy of every one of my streams ever on BitChute, YouTube, on third-party channels, and he just says "nice show" like every time. He doesn't say anything else, and he's someone who I've like banned.
Yeah, Colonel J, he did that on the Streamlabs.
Yeah,
this isn't him. This is someone else.
Oh, okay.
But Colonel J,
I know that because he wouldn't pay money.
No, Colonel J did. He sent $5 that says "good show" 38 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So, so it says audible lip smack. Nice show, great feeder. Ooh woo. Glad you can make it, Jersh of the Moon Rune. Great teacher rackets. Show this snip tip how to banish rat face into the shadow realm. Summon based Scortus.
Oh, I talked to him, by the way. He wants money.
Yeah. Yeah, what is that? What kind of lawyers out there asking for money?
I don't know. Ones I can't afford.
I'm watching videos. Says, "Hey, you boys better both be drinking." I mean, it's kind of early for you to start drinking, I think.
7
But
a.m. I'm not fucking drinking. Are you crazy?
also, was the new South Park good? Better be drinking Null, Jersh, Reki. I didn't watch the new South Park, but I heard it's causing some hell because they have like the virus, like something about Corona, maybe. Are you watching South Park at all?
Oh no, I haven't seen South Park since the. I was so disappointed at the end of that 2016 season where with PC Principal that I completely
Yeah.
dropped it after because I was so hooked throughout the entire thing. I thought they were building up to some amazing final episode, and the final episode just kind of sucked. I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, I was the same way. It was like they got it. They've got it. They've got their hand on the pulse of everything, and then it went just weird at the
Because I
end.
think they thought Clinton would win, and they had something planned for that, and then
Yeah.
some, and then Trump won, and they're like, "Well, fuck, we have to redo this. We have to do this in a week now," and they had nothing for it.
Viden the Cold One says, "Hey, Grift King, hello. Loved the show last night. It was always nice to see Ty. Greer is just hilariously pathetic to think celebrities have time to answer at their beck and call. Hey, Null, nice to see you as well. Thanks, man." And then Bad Vibes finally says, "Wait, why does Greer filing seem like it took notes from a lungless wonder?" I don't think so. I don't think Greer would take advice from anybody. He is very convinced of his own ability. Even though he's demonstrated that he loses all of them, like I has, I mean he and dramatically so. Like everything is thrown out every time. Okay, so let's talk about fair use. You wanted to mention a few things about it.
I sent you a message over Twitter, but I guess I'll just read it myself.
Yeah, you can do that.
When I brought up fair use with Greer, this was my message, and it's actually more well written than I thought. I must have actually put consideration into what I was saying to him, and I'm glad I did. That might help me in the future. Um, but in regards to the allegation that a full song is being hosted on the site, that is a bit more difficult to defend in terms of fair use.
Right.
And since I've written this, the Aquila Hughes versus Carl Benjamin case happened,
Mm-hmm.
in which I think that the judge went on to explain that the context of where something is hosted does contribute to the fair use, which helps. But I did not know that at this time. But I go on to say, you, Russell Greer, are a public figure who has filed lawsuits against multiple public figures multiple times. And you'll be happy to know that somewhere in this lawsuit, he does say specifically that he's a public figure and has to prove actual malice or defamation. He specifically says that, which is fantastic.
Why would you do that? Oh my
Because
gosh.
he's very important and he wants the court to know. So he'll take the burden of being public figure in an illegal capacity. I say to prove, I guess to back up my point, I guess he really was flattered by this because he claims it himself. I say, you, Russell Greer, are a published author, songwriter, singer, motivational speaker, and dancer who has voluntarily posted his multimedia work to half a dozen social media websites with the intention of receiving publicity for it. The participants in the thread about you on my website are critics of your work. You have a propensity to delete works from public viewing at random and without warning. In order to actualize criticism of you, what you produce, and what you do in a way that would satisfy a critical audience in the future, I find it necessary to preserve the song in its entirety. This does not infringe upon your market. The critical audience of your work is distinct from the consumer audience of your work. The people who would patronize you or your music are not going to be users of the Kiwi Farms and the thread about you. Discovery of this hosted file on the website is incidental to being critical of you, not incidental to supporting you. Send service to this address. So my argument is that, and I guess I'm right because it's only gotten 360 downloads in over a year.
Right.
But because, and I don't think there's any case law to help with this. I think archives are sort of like a legal gray area right now. But because Greer does delete shit randomly, and he likes to exercise arbitrary control over what he does online, it is necessary to archive what songs he makes, even songs he makes for commercial purposes.
I think
And
yeah, I think you're right on. I mean, I think I agree with your reasoning. Whether or not the court would, is with copyright, it's always up to the court. There are no two same copyright cases, right? But I think, a good point to go along with that is the fact that, one, you're not marketing the song. It's not like prominently done. You don't host other music, generally speaking. It's not, what I mean by that is, like, you're not a SoundCloud, right? You're not a music streaming site that people are going to go to find this thing. It just happens to be archived. And I think, in totality of the circumstances, you're showing that this is preserved for that critical purpose rather than for the commercial purpose. And those, and especially with, his copy of the song not being monetized on the site, that's going to play into the favor of that sort of fair use factor on different quality or character of work.
And I was thinking about, because it's important, I think, in these kinds of things to say, what could I have done that I think would cross the line and become copyright infringement? And I think if there are sites that just like steal Patreon content, and you can search by username and find like their entire history on Patreon for free on certain sites.
Right.
And I think if I had
Thought Hub or whatever does that with OnlyFans.
Yeah, or Yiffy Party, I think, does it with like furry artists and shit. But if there was some sort of way to like how there's like the highlight feature, which is unfortunately broken at this time, but if there was like a highlight feature for just like copyrighted content on the thread, so you could just see everything this person has done, like if you want to get all the pictures that are in the MomoCon thread, which I receive DMCAs about every single fucking day via Google, because there's some kind of bot that automatically flags those. But if there's some way to like automatically just download all the pictures that are on the thread or all the songs or whatever, and view like all the pictures across the entire site and search file, like that would be, I think, a much better argument for copyright infringement, as opposed to it happens to be in page 1448 out of 2040 in this thread, and that is copyright infringement. That's causing the actual damages.
Right. And I assume that there's quite a bit of discussion about the song that occurs.
Yeah, pages after it.
Right. So, like, again, it's a critical reproduction of the work, I believe. So we'll see, or maybe we won't. Like, my understanding is you haven't been served yet, right?
No, I have to. This is how my life works. To see my own lawsuits, I have to pay Pacer.
Well, Russell's bad at serving people in general. But I mean, you should be easy to serve, I would think. At least
I have a fucking address where you can just mail shit to me.
Right. So that should be. I would assume maybe
it should be the easiest thing to do in the entire world, but nobody has ever done it. Melinda has tried like 6 times at this point. She cannot just send it in the mail to my address where I say I will receive servicing there, where I have to receive. I have to have an address where you can service me.
You may need for federal jurisdiction. I probably said this last time. I just don't look it up because I don't practice federal. But you may need to get permission or leave from the court to service by mail. But I mean, it should be pretty simple to say, yeah, he's not in the country, but his corporation has this address to accept all service. And the court would just say, yeah, go ahead.
Well, there were additional filings that went along with this one. I think he's trying to get permission to service me by email, which I'm not going to entertain. If he tries to email me, my email server is just all janky and fucked up all the time. I miss shit constantly. So good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, and typically service by email would, again, it would need leave of the court. I don't know why it doesn't just seek leave to serve you by regular mail.
That would mean like printing it and all the documents, and that would cost like $50.
Look, that's the rough life of having to file frivolous lawsuits against people.
That's funny. I made the joke about the printing costs for the court, but I realized if he has to service me by mail, he has to print that out too, and that would legitimately cost a lot of fucking money to full page print all those full page screenshots that are completely black and all those specimens.
Yeah, it would cost a bunch of money to print it. It would cost a bunch of money to, well, you'd have to, depending on how thick it got, it might cost a bunch to mail too. It at least cost a couple bucks. But okay, so we've got defamation here.
Well, we're
Or should
skipping
we?
around.
That,
I
that was
want
the
to point
next
out that
section. But yeah, what do you want to go
yeah,
to?
just on paragraph 6, he does allege that he wants the punitive damages for copyright infringement, which is $150,000 per work, and he claims that for 2 works, the book, which is a link, and the song, which I can't find in the thread. So that is the 300. That's $300,000 by itself, and there is a total dollar amount. I don't think you've said what it is yet. Do you know what it is?
I think it's $5.3 million, right?
It is $5.3 million. That is 2 counts of punitive damages, or 2 instances of punitive damages for $150,000 each. And then, hold up, let me see if I can find this. And one, oh, that's okay. So he just tacked this on in the prayer for relief, the final section of the document. He doesn't actually add this up as he goes along, but he says $300,000 for damages and copyright, and then $5 million for claims 2 through 5. So everything else, in some way, adds up to $5 million, but it's not detailed through the document specifically.
God, what? How does he? I don't get how he thinks that he will ever be worth $5 million of damages.
Well, he'll be worth $5 million if he wins a court case, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's not how the court works though. You have to, like, you make someone whole. He's going to have to really really convince a bunch of people that you have harmed him to the tune of $5 million when he can probably show 0 economic losses. Is my guess.
There is another frivolous lawsuit like this. It was against Jim Sterling, and it was it was a small, like a scam artist guy who kept putting shit up on Steam, and Jim Sterling, who's like a video game reviewer, was very critical of him and his shovelware, basically. And he did videos making fun of how they kept rebranding their company to keep putting shit up on Steam and go unnoticed. And in the lawsuit against Jim Sterling, they claim, I think, like just a couple million, like $3 million in emotional damages for his how he has impacted his life by harassing him basically with these videos. And I very specifically remember that Jim Sterling said his lawyer said that the amount he was asking for is the kind of money you would ask for if you like kidnap someone's child and then tell them that their child had died, and then continue to raise the child, and then it is found out that you just lied and kidnapped the child. Then you could sue someone for emotional damages to the tune of several $1,000,000, which I have not done. I have not kidnapped any member of Greer's family, and I have not alleged that they have died to him.
We know that there's no children. That's not happening.
Though, now that I think about it, let me bring this up as well. This is, I think, because I looked this up when he started threatening me, I think this is his 5th lawsuit. And if, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to, like, do pro se. I don't know if I'm just going to ignore it, or if I'm going to ask or pay for Scortus and crowdfund that, or what I'm going to do. But I think this is the bar passed, where if this gets thrown out, I can file to have him branded as vexatious litigant, because this is like his 5th lawsuit.
Is it his 5th against you?
No, and the way that it works in Utah is, I think, 3 against the same person or 5 collectively.
Okay.
So I could file after this and say he should be a vexatious litigant, and I think he knows that. And that's why he's planning on moving to Nevada. So this is his last filing in Utah, and then he's going to go to Sin City, and he'll just keep doing more lawsuits there.
Yeah. That's although this is technically, I mean, it's filed in Utah, but it's technically in federal court. So I don't know if that.
Oh, yeah,
I just
that's
don't.
complicated.
I don't know how the procedure on that works out.
Yeah, it's only
Uh,
like a couple paragraphs and
you
like
know what
the
though? Does the state of Utah have jurisdiction over Kiwi Farms?
Oh, I was going to ask you that too. I don't think that there is jurisdiction in this because he specifically cites Utah's like civil code in this. And it's like I've never even been to Utah. I don't think I've ever sold a t-shirt in Utah. I really don't think I have anything to do with Utah.
Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at this section, the personal jurisdiction section. My brain just completely skipped over it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says but I'm looking at this and it's entirely conclusory. It says this court has personal jurisdiction over defendants as defendant has purposely availed himself into this court's jurisdiction as he has caused directly and indirectly for users to infringe on Greer's intellectual property, to harass plaintiff by running a site that mocks and harasses people that he deems to be weird, participating in the commentary on Greer, posting Greer's letter attacking defendants to stop, talking about Greer on random YouTube shows, which draws attention and contact to Greer, and Exhibit A. That's not personal jurisdiction, though. Like personal availment of Utah, for example, would be you entering into Utah and taking advantage of Utah's laws, which you haven't done in any sort of way that I can tell. And Kiwi Farms, just by nature of, even if first of all, he would have to show that there's people in Utah who use Kiwi Farms, which he hasn't even alleged. But just by nature of having someone in the state that accesses a website does not mean that website is specifically targeting the state of Utah. And
I actually know this because I read a book on it. The way that it works is that a website being available in the state does not mean that it's in its jurisdiction unless it somehow specifically targets that state. So if the Kiwi Farms was called the Utah Farms, I would have a much harder case proving that the farm was not in Utah's jurisdiction, even if
or if
it was,
if the forum had like a section of our favorite
like Utah locales.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I can't, and certainly you individually have even less personal jurisdiction claim in Utah. I mean, I think a federal court would have jurisdiction over this, but not the Utah one. I mean, he would have to hit you.
No, and a lot of what he alleges specifically cites Utah code. I don't know if you're looking down at count 2, but that also cites Utah code. If you search Utah code, I can do that right now. Doesn't count how many instances there are. There's like 6 different references to it. So a lot of this hinges entirely on Utah code. And again, I have never been to Utah. I know like one person who's on the forum who's like a Mormon, and I'm pretty sure he's from Utah, but I don't know for sure. I mean, he could just be a Mormon from some other state. That's possible, right?
Yeah. Well, technically, Russell Greer was a Mormon from Wyoming.
Right? Really? He's from Wyoming? Well, that explains why he is such a great legal mind. We have so many justices who've come from the great state of Wyoming. He has a Wyoming heritage flowing through his veins.
Yeah, that's where his criminal case was when he wrote the kill list on the bathroom wall.
I'm sure that was hard to find
at his high school. That was in Wyoming, which is, I think that's why people had such a hard time finding it at first, was because everybody assumed it was in SLC. But we talked to one of his classmates from his paralegal program on the show, and I think they talked about that a little bit, and that was in Wyoming. And then some enterprising lad found the documents and sent them to me, got them from Wyoming. From the Wyoming police, because it was a police report and a probable cause statement. But yeah, so that was so he's a Mormon that's not from Salt Lake City, or he was a Mormon, I think, when he moved to Salt Lake, and then he became black-pilled on Mormonism. And thank goodness that was after 1978 when Mormons accepted black pills, because at first they didn't. Okay, so yeah, Russell Greer re-alleges each and every allegation. Utah Code 769201 allows for civil liability for electronic communications harassment. Electronic communications harassment occurs when somebody posts and publishes private information about a person onto a public internet site or forum with the intent to abuse, threaten, or disrupt said targeted person. He's got a problem there. He has to prove the intent to do those things. But let me take a look at this. So Utah Code 7-9/201. That's not what we're looking for. Did I type that wrong? I did. 76-9/1. Sorry. Electronic communications harassment. So let's see. Except as provided under subsection 5B, criminal prosecution under this section does not affect an individual's right to bring a civil action for damages suffered as a result of the commission of an offense under this section. Section does not create a civil cause of action based on electronic communications made for legitimate business purposes. But this doesn't, it allows for civil liability for electronic communications harassment. I mean, I guess, you didn't need, that was just a pointless reference. He's misreading that. It just means that criminal prosecution doesn't stop you from bringing a civil action. Whether you bring a civil, it's just unrelated to the criminal action at all. Let's see.
Yeah, I've noticed with me in particular, like, and people on the forum, people who don't know what they're talking about, and I do include myself with that, when they try to look at something legally related, what they'll do is they have an idea of how they think something works.
Right.
And then they find, and Melinda is super guilty of this. They'll find some kind of statute that they think supports them, and then they'll cite that immediately without really thinking about it, because in the mind, you can only see the positive correlation. You can't see any kind of negative correlation at all. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's just confirmation bias. Okay, so yeah, he says that private information can be name, address, workplace, mother's maiden name, a photograph, or any other likeness, which is true under the definition. But what's it? How does this? Okay, a person is guilty of electronic communications harassment and subject to prosecution in the jurisdiction where the communication originated or was received, if with intent to intimidate, abuse, harass, threaten, frighten, or disrupt the electronic communications of another person. Person A makes repeated contact by means of electronic communications, regardless of whether a conversation ensues. Makes contact by means of electronic communication and insults, taunts, or challenges the receipt of the communication or any person at the receiving location in a manner likely to provoke a violent or disorderly response. Makes contact by means of electronic communication and threatens to inflict injury. You notice the predicate of all of these is make contact, right? Or D, causes disruption, jamming, or overload of an electronic communication system through excessive message traffic or means utilizing an electronic communication device.
When someone's literally blowing up your phone, that is electronic communications harassment.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the next section. This is the one I think he's talking about. A person who electronically publishes, posts, or otherwise discloses personal identifying information of another individual in a public online site or forum with the intent to abuse, threaten, or disrupt the other individual's electronic communication and without the other individual's permission is guilty of communication harassment. So he has to prove that you're trying to abuse, threaten, or disrupt the other individual's communication. Okay. But he's got a problem here. One, in that he would have to show that your actions were targeted at the state of Utah for Utah to have jurisdiction in the first place, because it's not a criminal matter at this point. Now, if Utah were to try and charge you with this, that would be different. Because if they determine that they have probable cause to charge you with a crime, You know, let's see.
Well, he's yeah, again, that would have to be like I'm specifically well, number one, I've not posted anything private about Greer ever, I want to say.
I don't think his
I've
name
published
is private
emails.
either. Like, uh, so private identifying information can be a name or an address. Like it can be, right? That's what the statute says, because they're actually talking about identity fraud. That's where they get the list. So yeah, a name can be private, except his name isn't private. Like that's Russell Greer. It's not like he's hiding or trying to conceal his
And as we've
identity.
established, he is a
Right.
public figure. So that
Right.
name is not in any way private.
Like this would be like saying if you just named the head bishop of the Mormon church or whatever, that would be disclosing private identifying information. But I mean, his name's everywhere. So's Russell's. Russell's name's all over the place, like his Facebook page, his SoundCloud page. It's not.
Well, okay, even if someone put together his name, address, mother's maiden name, everything, just like a dossier on him and threw it up on the forum, he would still have to prove the intent of that was to harass him in Utah. And more importantly, he would have to prove that I posted it or that I in some way instigated it, which I haven't. I don't even participate in his thread because I haven't really ever found him that interesting.
Oh,
Up until
now you're looking to get sued again. This time by
no.
me. No, I'm kidding. You can't call him uninteresting because I think that'll make him actually mad.
Well, I mean, it's true. He's just like, I mean, there's a couple things he's done that are funny, but I never did like when I was doing Men of the Internet streams about people. I passed up a Greer because I didn't find him interesting enough. It's like, okay, he's sued Taylor Swift, he sued Ariana Grande, specifically in small claims court because he was hoping that she would show up in person in fucking Utah to the
Right.
small claims court to defend herself against a charge of like $300 or whatever the fuck. Like that, I mean, but that sums him up basically. Is that as it says in the forum title, he is a litigious sex pest, and that is Russell Greer. That is all of Russell Greer, and this does not break the mold for him at all. He is continuing to be a litigious sex pest.
I'm sorry. Paragraph 120 is beautiful.
Oh yeah, I have that highlighted.
I want to read it. On 9/14/2018, a user, badboy2000, so clearly a breakdancer or whatever, using Greer's face for his profile picture, posted an unpublished Holocaust script that Greer never publicly released. October's Uprising. Greer has only ever sent it to a few film agents and 2 friends. Greer discovered this on August 26, 2020. He wrote a Holocaust script called October.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either. Apparently, it's like in the first few pages of the thread, and somehow he only found out about it like this year. And it's
because that broken highlight feature.
I know. But I first heard about this, or when I first read this paragraph, I actually did a double take because I thought what had happened is that someone like was making fun of Greer by like writing a Holocaust manuscript in his name and publishing it on the forum as like a joke because people like to do that, like they're write fan fiction and shit. But then I read it again. I'm like, no, he wrote this and is mad that it got published instead of just being made into a feature film in Hollywood, I guess.
Yeah, while it is unknown who Bad Boy 2000 is, what is known is that personal works that Greer worked very hard on were dumped onto the site to abuse Greer. I wonder, does he ever flesh out the abuse? Oh, and he's arguing that the personal information would also be unpublished works that Greer never publicly released. This is dumb. It's not to give him help here, but this is that would be copyright infringement and maybe false light depending on how it was presented, but it's not electronic communications harassment. Like he's trying to add a section to the code where he has other causes of action that this should fit under. Why? Don't be dumb.
Read paragraph 124 because it's one of my favorites.
Mr. Moon has liability upon the second part of what Bad Boy 2000 writes. Quote, for the moderators, please remove this if I broke any rules by posting these. Mr. Moon, a moderator, never removed it, even though probably seeing it, thus condoning it.
When I read this, I made like the joke on my stream about how like even if like for that to make any sense, it would have to be like to at Null, so tagging me. This is in violation of federal copyright code, and I am knowingly and willingly breaking federal copyright code for the intent to harass and strike fear into Russell Greer's heart. If you don't remove this, it is because you are a accomplice in harassing Russell Greer. But if this post stays up for several years, then obviously you are trying to intimidate Russell Greer. Like if it was something like that, maybe that would make sense. But otherwise, it's like it didn't break any rules. That's why it didn't get removed. If it broke any laws, I wouldn't know. I'm not a lawyer.
It doesn't even say broke any laws though. Like it's break any rules, forum rules.
Yeah.
Which, so the other, he says these are PDFs that I have, including his books. This illustrates purposeful intent. Nope. Like what intent to what? Intent to have the PDFs that he has? I don't know. So Greer, I love that he's explaining to the court why he's doing something. This is such a waste. Greer chooses to pursue this as an electronic communication harassment claim to illustrate that the trolls purposefully put anything onto the site to make fun of and abuse Greer. But then the things he writes doesn't have anything about making fun of or abusing.
Actually,
here we go.
I do believe
126. It kind of says
128 is what 128, 130 are what I have highlighted. You want to read those?
I do, but let's start with 126 because I think this is interesting. Moon's intent is clearly to abuse Greer's rights by posting Greer's letters and allowing others to post Greer's stuff. He disguises it as commentary, but mocking one's request to remove personal property is clearly abusing and mocking per the Utah code. Which Utah code? I didn't see that one. It's also abuse because of the location on his website that he posted on, his section entitled Take That Off the Goddamn Internet. The descriptor for the page reads, takedown notices and frivolous legal threats the Kiwi Farms receives. Clearly the page is meant to be abusing to those who make honest requests.
There's just so you know, to clarify on this, there's actually a lot of stuff that I don't publish that are more genuine, but I've always found Russell Greer to be extremely impertinent. I actually appended this as a notice to the help document, like the help page for the site.
Yeah.
And it says something like to the legal or like to the complaint section, your complaint will receive respect not exceeding that given. And I think that's a very succinct way of saying, like, I will be as big an asshole as you are in this fucking email.
Right.
So I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I get that I don't post. But I've always published. I think I've even held back some Russell Greer emails just because of the last DMCA he sent. I didn't publish that. I just said no.
Sure. There are thousands of pages about Greer that are rife with abusing comments by Moon and by his users. Some whom have posted Greer's baby pictures, saying such cruel and depraved things, which Moon has.
Which he doesn't elaborate on.
He doesn't say, and he doesn't cite them.
I would love to know what cruel and depraved things people are saying about his baby picture, but for some reason he chooses not to repeat them or attach it as a specimen or anything that's like a specific allegation that may be line crossing. He refuses to attach it out of pride, I think.
Did you see that that YouTuber who was killing kittens got taken down? Did you see that?
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's a YouTuber. Dang it, I was hoping you knew the name. Does the chat know the name of the YouTuber? He was like torturing kittens on his videos and then killing them on video. And like Critical put out a thing about him. But they took him down, like finally took him off the site. It was it Paluchin? Paluchin Entertainment. Paluchin Entertainment is a guy. So I mean, I think I'm ruining the joke, but what I was gonna say is maybe that was the cruel and depraved comments was I wish you were born to Paluchin Entertainment. So we could watch you die on stream. Right? Like that would have been cruel.
Why would you say that?
I was giving it as a hypothetical. I didn't say that. But they just said
to sue you.
They said baby pictures, so I was like baby, kitten.
No.
Yeah, that would be
on. You're upsetting me. You're disrupting my delicate sensibilities.
I'm just saying that would have been cruel and depraved. Okay, so per the Utah code, baby pictures would be private information. Really? Hold on. Name, birth date, address, telephone number, driver's license number, social security number, place of employment, employee identification numbers or other personal identification numbers, mother's maiden name, electronic identification numbers, electronic signatures, any other numbers or information that can be used to access a person's financial resources or medical information, except for numbers or a photograph or any other realistic likeness. Oh, okay. So I guess, yeah. So a photograph is apparently private information. Utah's. See, this, he's got another problem here in that this Utah statute, I would bet that if going into Westlaw and actually looking up the application of this code, that most of the things he's talking about are not actually covered because that's too much speech that they're taking away. Saying, oh, you can't post a picture of someone is ridiculous. Of course you can have pictures of people and that's not infringing on their personal information.
I think maybe what they're trying to say in that is like if you're taking pictures of someone and posting them online to fuck with them, that would be harassment. But in terms of like,
I mean, the statute,
general, especially.
Well, the statute it's citing is the identity fraud crime. That's how they get personal identifying information. The definition is actually borrowed from the identity fraud crime. So yeah, if you're taking someone's picture, like a driver's license photo, and making a fake ID, that would be something. Or if you're using a photo for the purpose of, impersonating someone for financial gain, that makes sense in the context of that statute. It makes a lot less sense in the context of cyber harassment or electronic communications harassment. Anyway, Moon and his users' conduct has caught the eye of local prosecutors who passed a complaint on to the federal agency that handles internet crimes. But the problem arises again with catching individual users and the CDA shielding Moon. Wait. Okay. It caught the eyes of local prosecutors who passed a complaint on to the federal agency. Have you heard anything about that?
No. I think what happened is he describes in one of the paragraphs that he filed a complaint with the police department. And I think what happened is that they said, we can't do anything about this because we're just the Utah Police Department. So
yeah,
what you can do,
send it right up to the FBI Cyber Crimes Division.
Well, no. There is a public complaint line for the IC3, which is the Internet Crimes Complaint Compartment, whatever the fuck it is. And they basically just said, oh, here, you can file a complaint with the IC3, which is a part of the FBI, via this public forum, and maybe they'll do something about it. And he did. And then he determined when he didn't hear back that it was the Communications Decency Act, which, by the way, I would argue that him having that paragraph right there, because the problem arises again with catching individual users in the CDA shielding Moon, I would immediately argue that count 2, by his own admission, is protected. Like, he can be thrown out because of the Communications Decency Act. He admits that I have an immediate defense for this claim.
Well, you're failing to consider that he's about to raise a very good argument that the Utah District Court is going to overthrow the Communications Decency Act because of this. So that's that was the problem.
That's a
But
strong linchpin. If he got that, that would really throw a wrench in the plan.
it would, yep, it would throw. Except it, I don't know that it would, because you would have a reasonable amount of time, I think, to go ahead and undo the damage that was done. Like, that would be the idea. If the CDA was shielding you from liability and they strike down the law, which is a weird hypothetical to try and get into, like, the idea that you would not be able to remedy the action and then just be subject for past actions to a now unconstitutional law is crazy. That's not typically how that works. Because and it's weird because typically you're not finding a law being struck down that works in the way that the CDA does, where it provides extra protection and suddenly that protection goes away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would be like a weird time thing where you're trying to hold someone accountable for things that didn't exist when they were committed.
Yeah. This is God. All of his legal theories are such a mess. It's always like you have to go through like 3 steps of really complicated legal wrangling and major constitutional decisions to get to the idea that his theory is correct, and he wants that to all just happen in his lawsuits. And like with Taylor Swift, right? He wants to compel disclaimers to be put on every public communication by every public figure about any sort of thing that could be seen as like a benefit or a call out to a fan or something like that. So they would be compelled to put a disclaimer on every single thing. Well, like the amount of steps that would have to happen to allow compelled speech against the First Amendment rights of the speaker in that way, you're like well down the road of constitutional law before you even get to the underlying claims. And he's trying to do this all the time. And that's probably why he's failing most of the time. Okay, further to...
Yeah, I mean, Linda does it too, where they argue like weird constitutional issues constantly in like initial filings.
Yeah. Further, to bolster harassment, the users on Moon's site have contacted members of Greer's family, those he wishes to do business with. Wait. So Greer's family that he wishes to do business with, because that's where there's a semicolon there. Or is he saying that Greer's family and then those who he wishes... I don't know why he put a semicolon there.
Yeah, that's not how a semicolon works. I think it's supposed to be and. He used a semicolon instead of the word and.
Right. Warning them of the apparent crazy person they have falsely portrayed Greer to be. But he doesn't put any... He doesn't say who or when.
That would be an excellent point for a specific name and evidence.
Yeah.
As proof of things but for some reason he doesn't include any evidence that happened. There's no footnote, there's nothing.
Right.
130 is similar.
And users on a site aren't the site, and they aren't you. So this is irrelevant to his claim. Most recently, one of Moon's users, a girl named Rachel, contacted one of Greer's vocalists for a hit job article on Greer. Wait, so Moon's users have previously published defaming articles about Greer and have weaponized those articles. It was very bizarre because Greer never listed the singer's real name, which proves they did something illegal to find it, such as intruding upon Greer's privacy.
His definition for the word "prove" is very lofty and rounded, because he uses that a lot. But I mean, that in and of itself is like, okay, if you have proof that specific individuals that you know by name have done something illegal against you to harass you, perhaps that should be your claim. But instead it's one sentence. Here is a supplementary anecdote of how this tort has been committed, and it's contingent upon a crime also having been committed, as opposed to him just not being good with privacy.
So was the article published?
I have no idea. I have no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't link to it.
Yeah, that's a big question. Like he says it's for the purpose of a hit job article. So is Rachel a journalist? Is there a publication she's writing for? Like if it's just he wrote article, like so it's not a Kiwi Farms post, I'm guessing. Because
I have no idea who Rachel is. I have no idea what this vocalist is. I have no idea what the article is. I have no idea if it's published. I have no idea if it's published or where it's published, if it is published. And I have no idea what illegal thing they did to find the singer's name. So everything about this paragraph is just a complete like clusterfuck. It's extremely tortured.
Yeah, and because he just says a girl named Rachel. He doesn't even say the username of the Kiwi Farms user
Or a full name or anything. Like this would be a very like a section. Like this person did this. They published this. It include false statements. And that would be the person you're suing, by the way, is this fucking Rachel chick. If she committed crimes against you to publish a smear piece against you, that is the defendant. That this entire paragraph is a lawsuit in and of itself that he is not filing, but is using as a point of contention against me.
Right, like this looks like, I mean, like some sort of tortious interference type lawsuit. And unless he wanted to allege that Rachel was acting as an agent, specifically like under agency law of the Kiwi Farms or you. So wait, Rachel asked the singer what she thought of Greer and said the singer could hide his identity, implying he could say something nasty about Greer. That's not what that implies, actually. It just implies anonymity. She further mentioned she had other people lined up. The singer was caught off guard and asked Greer about it. Greer was petrified for the mere fact that he never released the singer's name, Exhibit Y. Greer confronted Rachel, and she cited her First Amendment rights. But stalking, defamation, and harassment aren't covered under the First Amendment. But what about this was stalking, defamation, or harassment? Trolls on Moon's site, as does Moon, claim protection where there is none. Their rights have infringed upon Greer's right of privacy, his right to control his intellectual property, his right to expression without everything he says being put on the site. That's not a real thing at all. Yeah.
None of those are rights. I don't think you have a right to privacy, really. I mean, it's protected by different statutes now in different ways, depending on who you're seeking privacy from. But there really isn't like a constitutional right that says you have a right to privacy in general. It just says,
it's inferred from the Fourth and Ninth Amendments, but it's inferred against the government, not individual actors.
The right to control his intellectual property, I don't think that's a right. There is the copyright clause of the Constitution, and then the right to express things without being put on the site. That's just bullshit. That's the least right in the whole world. You have a right to be put on the internet, no matter what you say, for everything that you say.
Yeah, his one right that he would potentially have, it's a common law right of publicity. We saw this with the Maddox, and we see this a lot where people cite a right of privacy, but they actually mean a right of publicity. Or Maddox tried, like Dick put a picture of Maddox on one of his advertisements for a show, like a live show. And Maddox is portrayed negatively, and Maddox said that infringed on his right of privacy. But that stems from the idea that you can't use someone to promote positively something and use their publicity without their consent. So if he would have
funny story, when I was in Ukraine, you would always see like famous American celebrities with like Ukrainian products and advertisements, and like there's no fucking way any of those people
Right, exactly. And that is a right that you have in the US, is a right to your publicity. But that is not the same as being critically shown. Otherwise, like every negative documentary or news story would be infringing on that right, and that would be silly. So this harassment has been scary for Greer, his family, and his friends. Does he have any affidavits from family or friends that it's scary? Does he have any family or friends?
What would really help him with this is like a psychological evaluation that expresses how damaging this has been, something like that, because that's a common law tort in Virginia. If you want to do intentional infliction of emotional distress, you need to have a physical repercussion of that physical distress.
Yep.
Doesn't exist. He's just upset. He's upset, and he wants people to know he's upset.
Specific. Why are you Why are you researching IIED in Virginia?
Because Melinda Scott claims that I've IIED'd her, and I looked it up. And to do that, she would have to allege a physical symptom of IIED.
Oh, okay. So it was Melinda Scott.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought it might be something else. Um. Okay, so the trolls have skewed internet search results to display articles. I love this one. As if any of us plebeians have authority over Google, right? Like, because
Yeah, no shit. Google has not been kind to the forum this year. I'll say that. It's been, I don't know what triggered it. I think it's people specifically, like certain types of people are complaining, and it's working. The site has been like, I can look at my analytics and see places where they pressed a button to fuck with the prominence of the search results, and I
oh
can see the
yeah.
drop off. Like, yeah, it's very deliberate and obvious. But I guess his shit still comes up first because he has no notoriety outside of people making fun of him.
Well, here's the other problem is that, like, if you look at Google and who they are, and I had I think some Google fuckery going on a long time ago. I think it's largely cleared up now. But if you look at Google and who they are, and you look at Russell and who he is, Russell would get no sympathy from Google internal at all.
No.
I think that the people at Google would largely find Russell to be predatory. And he's also, I believe he's Republican, which doesn't help him at all. This does not help his Google affinity that he's been espousing. Well, you know, he wanted to put up a mural in Salt Lake of what was it? It wasn't White Lives Matter. It was who was the chick? Justine Demond. It was a Justine Demond mural, the chick in Minneapolis who got shot, the white lady. If you remember that from a couple years ago, the Somali cop shot the white woman.
Oh, vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to, when Salt Lake City put up a Black Lives Matter mural on city property, he wanted to get a mural put up of Justine Demond, to remember her and point out that other lives matter also, or something. So, like, Google would not find favor with that idea. I'm just saying.
Probably not.
Okay, so are there any other sections of this that really like stuck out to you? I mean, this is all ludicrous.
Oh, it's all funny. Did we? Okay, breed count 3 false light, because I mentioned that this is like 2 pages, and I think, yeah, okay, this is about him trying to say that we're responsible for his cyberstalking conviction.
Right. 1 second. I like this. 135 says, what is known is that Greer has suffered damages and that the harassment is stemming from Moon's site. But that's not you doing the harassment, or even the site, which is it's a website. I don't know how it could do harassment, but saying it's stemming from it, not that the site and you are causing the harassment. That's like saying that someone was harassing someone else in a Target parking lot. It's like, well, the harassment was stemming from the Target. Like, that's like Target wasn't harassing you.
He's literally alleging that random people named Rachel, who no other information of exist, are agents of the site who are like in the shed. It's like a gang stalking theory at this point, that everyone who has anything negative to say about him or that negatively impacts him in any way is acting on behalf of me in particular, me directly. I am issuing orders, and it's like, I don't pay attention to Greer at all unless he's like actively, deliberately harassing me. then I start looking at him.
How many times have you posted in Russell Greer's thread?
I could probably put, if it came down to it, I think if that would be an interesting thing to file, like in a reply, is I can attach everything I've said to Russell Greer in his thread, and it would be like a few dozen posts at most, and one of them is just like a copy of his DMCA's and lawsuits, and that would probably be like half of it.
Right. Well, we'll see, Mr. Moon. Okay, so false light. False light
Yeah,
says,
this is him recounting his side of the story. I think the entire reason he includes this at all is he just wants to get his side of the story with the criminal case out there.
yeah.
So this is him just bitching to the civil court judge and to me in a way that I have to pay attention to because it's a lawsuit, about how he was done dirty in the criminal court.
Does Utah anti-slap? Do they have an anti-slap? Utah anti-slap is relatively narrow. It only protects defendants who believe they've been sued primarily for their participation in the process of government and as a means of harassment. Might be harassment. Anyway, I don't think Utah has any jurisdiction here, so I think this is largely masturbatory. But
No, I've decided because I thought I was wrong that Scourge would want to do it just to fuck with Greer, but he's running for attorney general right now, so he's busy and he wants compensation for his time, which I understand.
yeah,
So I'm probably just gonna let it sit and see if it gets thrown out to his Sponte.
well, and see if he even serves. I mean, he's still got to serve
Yeah,
you first.
I'm not gonna waive any of my rights with this. I'm just gonna watch what happens.
Yeah. So to state a claim for false light, the plaintiff must prove the following elements: giving publicity to a matter concerning another. That places the other in a false light. The false light would be highly offensive to a reasonable person, and the defendant had knowledge or acted in reckless disregard of the falsity of the publicized matter. Now, this is interesting because I just talked to someone else about false light. I had Easy Peasy on because Encyclopedia Dramatica is being sued by a guy named Kevin Mann, and he alleged false light as well. But the interesting thing about the false light is he was arguing that them making public his truthful statements was casting him in a false light. But that isn't a false light. Right? Like, that's not false if the statements are true, unless there's like severe context that's missing. So I'm wondering if Russell's going to pass or fail this section. So to state this claim fully, Greer will quickly explain the situation. During the summer,
I love that.
yeah.
Okay, before we move on, I caught this when I was looking at it. What paragraph number is that? So for some reason, he's
140.
dedicated an entire paragraph to saying, to state the claim fully, Greer will quickly explain the situation, which you can just fucking omit because it will be assumed that you are there to explain what the fuck is happening in this lawsuit. But what is the paragraph number before 140?
Well, it is also 140. How do you
There are
even
two
do
140s.
that? How do you do that in Word?
It's automated.
If you have to put forth effort in screwing up a list in Word.
Yeah, it's really magical. I appreciate that touch.
Someone said about the Holocaust script, Big Bad 2000 didn't leak the script. The Kiwi who did deleted their account.
Oh, it's a mystery then. I think he posted in the thread saying, like, I think I quoted this. I was talking about it recently, but like it was in like the first 10 pages of the thread or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so during the summer of 2019, Greer met a girl and they became close friends. He was a boy, she was a girl. Can we make it any more obvious? The girl had many issues, some very concerning, but Greer stuck by her because he has issues of his own, and so he had empathy for her. She was a charity case for him. That makes me so happy.
Nice guy.
In October of 2019, the girl randomly exploded on Greer and shamed him with her religion. Greer had no idea what was going on. He had a panic attack and tried reaching out to her to see what was wrong. Through the course of 3 months, Greer sent the girl very polite emails asking if she was okay, and some of these emails were misconstrued against him. I wonder how many emails. Do we
Probably
know?
not as many as you think. So.
Oh man, maybe. I don't know. I wonder. In December 2019, the girl finally replied and told Greer to stop, and so he did. Greer reached out one last time in January 2020 to work things out.
That is great. Told him to stop, and he did. Definitive statement, and he did. Next paragraph. Greer reached out one last time. One of these is wrong. One of these statements is wrong.
In the next month, We don't know, like maybe it was December 1st, 2019 and January 31st of 2020, but I doubt it. The girl went to the police and a criminal summons for a Class B cyber harassment misdemeanor was filed. This is important, guys. For harassment, many people don't realize that a lot of states either require or it's a massive help to your actual harassment case if you tell them to stop. But if you don't communicate to them that they need to stop, they don't know. But you got to give them the knowledge that you're.
And if you keep replying, if you say stop and he sends a message again and you keep replying, then you also have like thrown it out. You have to say stop and then cut off contact. By the way, do you know the name of the woman who filed the cyber stalking complaint?
I've seen it, but I don't remember. What was it?
Well, I think it's Erica, because in December 4th, I got an email saying target of Russel Greer SOS.
Oh, I saw you. You posted this on Twitter the other day, right? Or did
I posted this on the forum.
Okay, that's where.
And she says, I don't know if you guys remember me. I was nice to Russell, was dating a Chad. Russell freaked out. He's still harassing me via email. I changed my number. He continues to make new emails. He's threatening to sue me. I am so fed up. Is there anything you can do to help me? I appreciate your time and hope to hear from you soon. I remember I got this email. I'm thinking, what the fuck? And I didn't know what it was. And I just replied early in the morning. I said, contact the police. And that was it. That was the end of that. Nothing else. Contact the police. 3 words. Press send. Next email. Going through my list in the morning and never hear anything back. Months later, he sues me and he's lost the cyber stalking criminal case. And I'm looking through my emails to try and find my contact with Scortus and to see the DMCAs. And I'm reading this thinking, did I tell her to contact the police? And she did. Is that what
happened? That's all you need to do, right? Like you nailed
literally the best advice possible for her. Contact the police.
But notice the context that Russell left out there, right? He kept changing. He kept changing emails. She
had to change her number. Yeah, tons of stuff.
He sent her some very polite emails, and she was clearly just blocking them outright. I'm guessing blocking his email address.
It's just fucking crazy. She's crazy. He was trying to help her, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. Look, she changed her emails on me. I had to create a new email address. Can you imagine?
I've never met someone so crazy. She keeps changing all her contact information. She's just completely off the wall.
I don't know why she like talk to me. I keep trying to email her. Oh God. I'm gonna have to drink whiskey with that.
You have to clean those. They're gonna start smelling like cheese soon.
You just drink the whiskey and it cleans them off as you go.
Oh, of course.
Jaeger Wood says, "Can Josh sue Ralph for cyber stalking his Bennis?" What?
Yeah, I think he finally stopped doing that because he realized how homosexual it looked. Like not even like like a meme.
What was happening? Like I don't know that
story.
No.
He literally continues to talk about my penis like every possible
moment.
And he
yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw that.
And I never protested it. I never said anything about it because every time he did it, he looked phenomenally homosexual when he did it. So I just allowed him to do it, and then he just stopped randomly. He must have figured it out. Someone must have told him. Someone ruined my entertainment. And that I was hoping to keep going for forever, but
I do remember that. I was thinking someone was saying he was like trying to get a picture or something like that. I thought that I was just misunderstanding what was being said. No, I remember all the penis comments, and I was like, this is a little weird, Okay, so the girl went to the police and criminal summons for a Class B cyber harassment misdemeanor was filed. I like how passive he wrote that sentence. Greer retained an attorney in March 2020, as that is when he learned of the charge. A plea deal was made in June 2020 where Greer pled no contest and was placed on unofficial probation. If he would have stayed out of trouble, the conviction would have been dismissed. 2 weeks later, the girl's lawyer filed a motion to reconsider the judgment. Oh no! A new
One
hearing.
150 is art. 150 is just art.
A new hearing was granted. The girl gave a very one-sided, misleading version of events. Greer wrote a note to his attorney during the hearing, saying that she was twisting the truth. Greer didn't have a chance to share his piece. Wrong spelling of peace. Because of her testimony, the judgment was set aside, and the court wanted Greer to undergo a mental health evaluation.
Someone pointed out something interesting in the thread that I hadn't considered, but
Yeah.
in some ways he forfeits his attorney-client privilege by talking about what he said to his attorney during the hearing.
Yes. Yeah. you should never ever talk about what you and your attorney talked about. Ever. Yeah, that could be a forfeit of privilege. Greer was fine with the mental health evaluation and the deal. Greer contacted a mental health center and inquired of the costs on July 21st, 2020. Greer and his lawyer were fine with the costs and ready to present their mental health plan to the judge, Exhibit Z. Wait, did he include the mental health plan?
I actually don't know. I didn't pull that one up.
That would be number 27. Nope, that's V.
It has to be the last one.
It's 31. It should be 31. Okay. Oh God. He just does not. So he's emailing. Okay.
Did he
Selena,
write this on a phone? What the fuck is with the phone screenshots?
yeah, Selena Torres to Russell. This is, hello, I'm more than happy to answer your questions. What court are you with? The price for the evaluation is $150 and $30 for each class. Now, depending on the charge, we will need more information if you have a domestic violence charge. Private insurance doesn't cover domestic violence. We also have funding available for domestic violence. It just depends on your income. You know if you have met your deductible. If you haven't met it, they usually have to pay $150 and then $30 for things. Warning, this is an external email, blah, blah, blah. Hello, Selena. Here's the application for the evaluation screening. I would like to wait until after the August 5th to do it. I just wanted to submit this as a preliminary measure until I know what the court, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And yeah, good job sharing that. Oh, whoops. Wrong thing. Where did...
Well, it's proof that he's a good boy and didn't do nothing.
No. Just, I guess that doesn't even establish who the person is or what the actual like class was, right? It just says forensics intake packet. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. The price for the evaluation, what evaluation is it? It doesn't say anything about it at all. So just his evidence is so weird. He's not providing
what
anything
he
useful.
chooses to include and what he chooses not to include is very weird, and I think a lot of it is he literally has too much pride to just lay it out there and say, like, look, this is what's happened to me.
Yeah.
And I it's really fucked with me, you know what I mean? So there's like, he'll say in brief and he'll say unspecifically that certain things have happened, and he's either just making it up or he is exaggerating and wants to hide it, or he literally just doesn't want to say, like, yeah, this has had an effect. But at this point, at the point you're filing a lawsuit, you have to be completely shameless about it. If you're expecting $5.3 million, you have to do $5.3 million worth of like pitying to the court.
I mean, to be blunt with it, you have to look like a bitch. Like that's because that, like, you can't try and maintain toughness or demeanor or dignity or something like that, because the idea is that someone has hurt you enough to strip you of those things. So if you try and...
you can't be stoic in defense of adversity and then also say that you've been emotionally compromised to the tune of millions of dollars. It's just not, that's a contradiction.
Yeah. And he really should have probably started undergoing therapy and kept a record of all the bills. On August 4th, a day before the third hearing where Greer would have made a no contest plea and accepted a mental health evaluation, Mr. Summers, the prosecutor for Orem City, Utah, sent Greer's attorney an email stating that he had learned new information about Greer, assuming a troll harassed the prosecutor with slanderous information. Wow, I mean, I would not I would be very hesitant to just accuse a prosecutor of taking random information from an internet troll, like in a court document, because a judge is going to go like, that doesn't really seem like something a prosecutor would do. It's just okay. And so he was throwing out the plea deal and would make Greer accept a guilty plea with very extreme conditions, not just a mental health evaluation. Greer is not yet,
which he doesn't list, by the way. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if he can, which is also the timing is weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Greer has not yet obtained permission from the prosecutor to show the email, as he isn't sure if it's a legally privileged communication. But Greer will be happy to provide the email if this court requires it. I mean, it's privileged, I guess, but it's your privilege. Like,
yeah,
the prosecutor doesn't hold privilege over you. It's your privilege, because it'd be a communication made in contemplation of a settlement. And destroying that privilege is up to Greer. Greer was devastated when he saw the email. He was sad because he was ready to accept the mental health evaluation and move on with his life. Greer was mad. It was like a children's book.
Mad. Yeah. Greer was sad. He wanted the previous deal. Greer was mad because Moon did this to him.
Yeah, Moon's users once again harassed somebody connected to Greer, but he doesn't have any information. He says, assuming a troll harassed. He doesn't actually know anything about that at all.
I don't even know. I mean, I assume I will assume in good faith that was true because that's the funniest possible timeline. But yeah, no, he could. I would love to know if that in that email he's like, yeah, I just found this fucking Kiwi farmers thread and there's like tons of shit here. I'm gonna go for the throat.
Oh, this is good. This is the basis of the false light claim, and it's really funny when you really think about it. Okay. To the audience. On August 5th, 2020, the third hearing was held, and Greer's attorney informed the judge that they would go to a jury trial because Greer could not plead guilty with the added conditions. Trolls watched the web-based hearing and took screenshots of it to ruin Greer. These facts set the false light claim into two claims for false light. Okay, I don't know what that last sentence even is saying, but the idea... Oh, go ahead.
Just that there's two sub paragraphs. One is the victims that we already read. The other one is refusing medication.
Oh, okay. I see. But the best part of it for me is that screenshots of a web-based hearing about his crime in which he's guilty and convicted cannot be false light. Like that cannot be false light. He's guilty of the crime. It would be false light if they put the screenshots up and said he was guilty if he wasn't guilty. That would be the false part of false light. But say this guy here's his hearing where he was, and he was convicted of stalking.
That's not specifically what he's alleging. And I'll just sum up the next three paragraphs.
Okay.
On the front page of the forum, there is the happenings area, right? Where me personally, me as a human being, will editorialize things on the forum and post in my own words links to content. And Russel Greer says that when I think this is true. Oh, he does have a specimen for this. But he alleges that I claimed that he wanted the jury trial because he was refusing the psych evaluation. That was my statement on the front of the site that he claims was false light. But that was the information that I had available to me.
Right. So here we go. Because the trolls didn't see the prosecutor's email, because it wasn't mentioned at the third hearing, they began recklessly and falsely saying that Greer was refusing mental health treatment, thus portraying Greer in a false light and presenting Greer as the unstable character they have painted him as. There's a 2-page thread claiming Greer didn't want a mental health evaluation. Even on the day after the trial, on the news section of Kiwi Farms, it announced that Greer was going to a jury trial because he didn't want an evaluation. That's still an opinion, though.
Now, what's interesting is that he does have an exhibit for this, Exhibit A1, but it's not a copy of the editorialized statement that I wrote myself. He doesn't have a copy of this thing that is me supposedly putting him in unfalse light with a false statement. He doesn't have that. It's 3-2 that is A1. But this is an exhibit of me asking for people for help preparing to go on your fucking live stream to talk about this. which exhibit A1 should then yeah, it is. It's for 160. That is A1. But his exhibit for me putting him under false light doesn't exist. And that is the one thing, possibly the most true thing that he has said in the entire document, is that I maybe got something wrong about him, and he doesn't have a fucking exhibit for it. The one thing that he would really, really need an exhibit for, because it is the one thing I've ever said about him that may be literally false, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah, he doesn't put it in there. He just has Dr. Jones' hat saying he didn't take the plea because he doesn't want mandated treatment. Wants a jury trial.
Which isn't me.
But that's...
And he even highlighted it. He even highlighted it on his fucking phone thing. You see it?
Yeah, I like the little mark here. Utah is not currently doing jury trials, so the charges might get tossed entirely. Well, that was apparently an incorrect assessment there. I hope they don't dismiss the charges, because if they do, this will make Russ think mistakenly he did nothing wrong and he'll continue harassing. How dare you say harassing? And then, yeah, here's yours. I'll be on Nick's show in a few hours. I feel very underprepared. So if anyone wants to cheat, send me some clip notes about this case or anything in the last year. That'd be Eben. Thank you.
Eben.
What is Eben?
Eben is like epic, but 2020. It's
oh,
Eben.
Okay. I don't know how. I don't speak you kids' language. Overcloud says clearly Greer should have simply waited outside for the high school gates, or outside of the high school gates for that princess, as so many Memphis Chads have done before him. God damn it. Drink $5.3 million worth of booze and threaten to breach Boogie's house, and it's all yours. Oh man. Poor Boogie. He got into some shit. Okay, anyway, so this isn't here's the problem with the false light claim on this is for false light claim you have to make public something that's private and then present it in a false light. But being wrong isn't doing that. You know what I mean?
No. At most he could say it is defamatory, but
yeah,
the problem with the defamation is that you have to prove damages.
And you have to prove he would have to prove that he not
intentional
only that,
malice, that I knew, and I said it intentionally to defame him with actual malice, because as he says, he is a public figure.
The other problem with it is the accusation is that he didn't want to do something, right? Because that's what the damn it, I'll pull it back up again. He didn't take the plea because he doesn't want mandated treatment. Okay. Is that an objective fact that you can prove that what someone's desires are? Like, that's a really tough thing. Like, you could say,
I mean, his argument would be that he was not allowed to take the plea because the deal had changed. Pray I do not alter it further.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but that could still be true, though. Not wanting mental health treatment is an opinion about somebody, and that opinion could still be like valid, even if he wasn't allowed to take it. But I guess we'll never, I'm guessing we'll never find out what the court thinks about this. I just have a hunch. So anyway, there's a 2-page thread claiming he didn't want the evaluation, even on the day after the trial on the news section. Oh, I read that one. On August 20th, Defendant Moon stated in the thread concerning Greer's third hearing that he was going to be on a random YouTube show. Say my name, Greer. Say my name. And he asked for the cliff notes about the case. Thus, Moon is now personally liable for spreading false information about Greer by going on to a show. Oh, no. It's my fault, apparently.
No, all your fault.
Moon is liable because, one, he is giving publicity concerning Greer's court case. All court cases are public. They're matters of public concern unless they're sealed. So he loses right there. Two, he placed Greer in a false light by going onto a show and reiterated the above-mentioned false set of information. And three, a reasonable person would find it highly offensive to be accused of not wanting mental treatment. Would really? I don't think a reasonable person would find that highly offensive at all. A lot of people don't want mental treatment.
I think claiming that someone desperately wants a psych eval is like more defamatory than the inverse.
The other day, a bunch of people got a little miffed at me because I said, if you like lolly or whatever, seek therapy. And I mean, I guess what the lacking context that people have is, I think people should seek therapy for lots of things. And I don't particularly hold lolly out as some like massive thing. I think I probably need therapy for several things. Personally,
if you have an anime avatar, you should seek fucking therapy and figure out what happened. Where you're like, right. Yeah, this anime girl is my representation on the internet. This sums me up pretty well.
I think anybody who goes online and dumps, a bunch of words onto the internet every day needs to seek therapy, and that's me, right? Like, I do that, and I in many ways put myself and my family out to undo public scrutiny. Like, I probably need therapy for that too. I'm not sure what caused it. So I think Russell's wrong on point 1 for sure, point 3 as well. And Mr. Moon acted in reckless disregard of the falsity by relying on the cliff notes, as Moon puts it. No, that's actually that's not how
the exact opposite.
Yeah,
I pointed that out in my stream too. It was like, you're saying that I'm acting recklessly by doing diligence and asking for information. That's not helping you, Russ.
Yeah, he's got that just wrong. And then I think we read the victims part earlier, right?
Yes. I would suggest
all over that S on victims. That's what he's after.
Oh. Yeah, I would suggest going down to 177 and then reading the defamation claim and then skipping to the prayer for relief. The prayer for relief is just like dense funny.
Okay. So he doesn't say what the statements are. He just says that statements, Moon and his users published statements onto Kiwi Farms, and Moon took those statements and went onto a show and published them orally.
Okay. Yes. So I think he's reiterating. I mean, he does the thing where he tries to sound legalese by saying Russell Greer realleges each and every allegation in paragraphs 1 through 171. As if fully set forth herein. Like, he tries to do that as if it means anything, when he should be not trying to pretend to be a lawyer and just like actually say what he's alleging,
or go ahead and include them in an exhibit, or allege or refer back to the paragraph in which they were said before. Like, you say,
I think he's very specifically alleging what's not directly above, but the statement regarding refusing treatment, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so once it sits,
174 says plaintiff uses the allegations from his false light claim to also claim defamation. That's what should have been 172.
Yeah, it should be. But I would still, again, if I were writing the document, I would still refer specifically to the paragraphs you're going to. Like, you want to make the judge able to easily find what you're talking about.
That's like the entire reason why things are written like this, is so that a human being can sit down and figure out what the fuck you're talking about.
Right. The statements are false and defamatory because there are not multiple victims, and Greer never refused any mental health treatment. Since Kiwi Farms views Greer as a limited public figure, I mean, there are plenty of victims. There's just only one you've been convicted for, homie. Since Kiwi Farms views Greer as a limited public figure for suing Swift and for advocating for prostitution, I mean, that was an act of government, or an act where you attempted to use government to do that. That's definitely, anything around that is definitely public figure status. Greer needs to show actual malice, which is easily proven by the fact that Moon is going on to shows and spreading the false information. Not how that works. He's doing it to ruin Greer. There's no other reason he is ding it. That's why he runs his website. His site published the information maliciously. His site is malicious. This is all conclusory.
I love the way he wrote that so much that I actually added it as a random quote. That's why he runs his website. His site published the information maliciously. His site is malicious. That is a tagline if I've ever seen one.
As stated in his false light claims, Greer has suffered damages by losing friends. That's actually not a court remedy. The court can't order your friends back. Dozens, if not many more, of people are spreading the false information, which ruins Greer's reputation. Damage to reputation can be damages. Other false statements have been made by Moon's users. As an example of such a statement, one was made by a Richard Springer of Australia on Goodreads. Many of Moon's users are international. Wait, this is on Goodreads, though.
Yes.
Richard stated in his random troll review.
It's a gang stalking thing. If someone leaves him a bad review on Goodreads, that's a fucking forum user. That's Josh handing down the order from on high.
Richard stated in his random review that Greer is schizophrenic, which is false. It is also telling that Richard created his account in November 2017, the date of Greer's book release. Richard has harassed Greer on other platforms, Exhibit A4. So this is A1, right? What's
yeah.
2, 3, 4? Is this it? Oh, do I already have it open? Is this A4? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's the so
that's
did
not
he fuck up the,
yeah, he screwed up his citation. Good job, Russell. Okay. There are thousands of pages on Greer on Kiwi Farms, and it is impossible to sift through each page. But even the handle for Greer is defamatory. The handle, it's impossible to sift through each page. Like, don't you just click next page?
No, it is actually, I completely agree with the plaintiff here. It is actually impossible to sift through the forum thread, and the things are lost like grains of sand on the beach. You can't find them anymore. It's out of my control.
Okay. The handle identifier for Greer on the site lists him as a sex pest and Swift obsessed. Greer is neither. The handle is defamatory because it implies that Greer is a sexual deviant and it intrudes on his sex life. Wait, what? What's his footnote here? Moon's users have managed to track down Greer's dating profiles and have uploaded them to Kiwi Farms. They have body shamed him and his sex life. This shows the level of stalking and depravity his users go to. Wait, your public dating profiles? They're public. The Swift obsessed statement is defamatory because it implies that he stalks Taylor Swift. No, it just says you're obsessed with Taylor Swift. Doesn't say anything about stalking, which, as explained earlier, he does not and has never stalked her. Exhibit A5. Okay, wait, I got to see if he gets this one right. What's A5 here?
Can you imagine being a judge and trying to figure out what
the apparently Magical Star Buddy is not defamatory because he left that one off. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means.
No, it says Cult Cow Russell Greer at the official.
I don't know what Magical Star Buddy means.
I don't know either, but it's not defamatory allegedly because Russell didn't list it as defamatory when he listed the sex pest and the Swift stalking or whatever. That's good. That's good. I see. I'm torn on whether sex pest is defamatory or not. I think it can be, but
I think the reason why it's used is I think the author is English, and I want to say, just based on my own experience with the English, that sex pest is a non-defamatory statement in England, and all the tabloids use it.
Okay.
I think that's the lore behind sex pest.
Sure. And he may also just be one as well. Like,
I would call him a sex pest.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's a pest, and it's almost always because he's trying to get laid. So he's a sex pest, literally.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it seems like. That's his legacy of weird like lawsuits and screaming at women that he has. So man, Okay, so we wanted to read the prayer for relief.
Yeah, read. I mean, all of that is funny. After all that fucking rambling spaghetti nonsense and random exhibits and phone screenshots and shit, this is how he logic. This is probably what he wrote first,
Yeah.
and then he went back and filled out the rest. To try and lead from point A to point B. So this is what he actually wants.
For statutory damages in an amount of 300,000 for contributory copyright infringement. Not sure that's how that works. For claims 2 through 5,
It's two instances of punitive damages for $150,000, so the maximum possible for copyright infringement.
I mean, I haven't researched contributory copyright infringement before. I don't know that that's a thing. Maybe it is.
I think he's accusing me of being like a torrent tracker. That's what he's using.
Yeah, but I mean, shouldn't it just be copyright infringement, like not contributory copyright infringement? I mean, again, I'll have to ask Stephen Birch if that's a thing. I literally may just not understand it. I'm not. He's likely done more research than me on this recently. So, for claims 2 to 5, plaintiff requests $5 million for reputational and emotional damages.
Not itemized, not explained, not elaborated on in any way in any of the other 189 paragraphs. Just $5 million. It's a good round number.
Right. And no economic damages. It's literally just reputation and emotional. For a preliminary injunction and a permanent injunction enjoining defendants and their users and all persons acting under, in concert with, and for them from continuing to reproduce, distribute, display, disseminate, transmit, make available for download, or otherwise use a copyrighted book and song in any manner whatsoever appropriating or in violation of plaintiff's copyrights. Greer requests immediate removal of his copyrighted material. Wait. He's asking the court to exercise jurisdiction over everybody and prevent them from doing this. So that's good.
Yes, he wants a restraining order against everyone who's ever posted on the forum saying they can't post his book.
Let's see. Yeah, and all persons acting under, in concert with, or for them. Okay.
Also, anyone who works for the companies that host my site, I guess. I mean, it's literally everyone who's ever has anything to do with me.
Yeah. Greer requests immediately removal of his copyrighted material, which is Safari Ride, Yo-Yo Vana, I Don't Get You, Julianne Smile. That's Julianne Smile? Is that Julianne Hough?
I don't know.
Let me see. Julianne Smile. Oh, he doesn't have that listed on his SoundCloud, so I don't know. Or, it's got to be about Julianne Smile or Julianne Hough. That chick is right up his alley. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Okay, Julianne Smile. Why I sued Taylor Swift for a preliminary injunction that would temporarily freeze Kiwi Farms for the duration of this case. This injunction is requested because users conspire and analyze each and every detail about Greer. Greer is nervous that the site as a whole or an individual on the site would retaliate against Greer for filing this lawsuit. This has been proven time and time again, as shown in this complaint. Freezing the site would be in the best interest of both parties. Okay. Alternatively, if the requested preliminary injunction cannot be given, there's no way it can. Plaintiff requests a permanent restraining order to have Mr. Moon delete each and every thread on Greer, including any wikis. And attorney's fees and costs pursuant to 17 U.S.C. 502 and 505 for a declaration that the Communications Decency Act does not protect Kiwi Farms or defendant Moon. So there you go. You're singled out by the CDA. That's pretty impressive.
They're gonna just add that, like they're gonna start arguing about the Section 230, figuring out what the fuck we're gonna do about this. Someone's gonna propose that they just exclude me and anything I have anything to do with by name into the law. And I'll be like, yeah, sure, that's good enough.
Yeah,
and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah. 230 applies to everybody except this guy. Respectful.
Can you do that? Is that like unconstitutional to single out a single person by law?
I mean, it would kind of seem like it would violate your 14th Amendment right to equal protection under the law. If I'm thinking about it, like just at a basic level, you have a right to be protected by all of the laws that everybody else is protected by.
Yeah, but the law, I mean, I am. It specifically mentions me.
Yeah. I guess 230 could be revised to remove Joshua Moon and the Kiwi Farms from it.
Well, if that happens, I'm going to take a 14th Amendment complaint to the Supreme Court.
And Matt
whoever,
Jarbo, the co-owner of Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, we'll be co-plaintiffs, co-petitioners for this. I deserve justice.
Oh man, this is good. I like this complaint. It's ridiculous.
It's worse. I have as frame of reference. I have to compare it to Melinda because she's the other person who's done this.
Right.
And I like Greer's suit more than hers because Melinda is very pretentious and she thinks of herself as like a legal mind, someone who's extremely intelligent and knows exactly what they're talking about. So to add that pretense, a huge chunk of Melinda's suits are always just like fake legalese. And Greer makes no attempt whatsoever to make his lawsuit look like someone professional wrote it. It is literally just a 30-page emotional screed, a diatribe from the heart at my expense that I have to pay attention to. And it's beautiful. It's a requiem.
You know what I hate? That you can't really make good jokes in court because you know it would be funny to have required joinder of parties where you join Taylor Swift to this lawsuit on the theory that had she just gone out with Russel Greer and loved his song, you wouldn't be getting sued right now. That would be...
Well, the problem with that is that Taylor Swift has a lot of money, and I do not have a lot of money. That would be funny, though.
Yeah, just file a motion to the court. Court, we would like to join the party Taylor Swift to this lawsuit. Had she just banged plaintiff, none of this would have happened.
And if Google, can we get Alphabet involved? I mean, if Alphabet didn't have those slanderous links, it didn't host this shit on their fucking Google Drive, then it wouldn't be happening at all. And to the Attorney General for Salt Lake City of Utah, if you had just not filed criminal charges against Russel Greer, I wouldn't be looking bad for putting him in a false light.
Exactly. See, this is just injustice to you as at a cataclysmic like snowball effect of all of the things that have happened to Russell so far, none of which are his fault, by the way. He's not responsible for any of the things that have happened. And I can't believe you would come on the show and defame him. I didn't know, by the way, that you were going to come on this show last time and defame Russel Greer and present him in a false light to me. I would certainly never have had you on. That is...
I wonder why he didn't sue you.
I don't know.
About him.
I'm affable.
Is it because you're a lawyer? He's afraid of that?
I don't know. I think yeah, that would be... I'm kind of surprised that I haven't gotten any requests from him at all. I figured he'd just never seen my show in any way. Now I heard he kind of obsessively searches himself, so I figured that, you know, but that's just what you hear about people. You never know. But I figured since I've never received a communication from him at all saying, you know, like, hey, don't do this or whatever, then that he just didn't know who I was. But now I'm flattered and humbled that I am some random YouTube show, which makes me happy.
Oh, and in the DMCA he sent, we had a back and forth about fair use.
Yeah.
I said, I can't take action on this because you do not link to offending post. And he says in reply, Josh, respectfully, I don't need to. It's your duty to investigate my claims upon written notice. To which I reply, that is absolutely not how it works. And you can literally eat shit, you gimpy face retard. Put this in your lawsuit. Fuck. And he did not put that in his lawsuit. I searched. That was the first thing I looked for. Which is why I think that he is too prideful. He should have put that in his lawsuit. Like, look at this belligerent fuck running this website.
Gimpy face retard. Like, that's just, oh god, that's funny. But you're right though. You have to tell someone what actual work is being infringed, and you have to point to where it's infringing. Like, file a DMCA anywhere and just be like, something's infringing there. Like, how's the how's the site host supposed to know what piece of thing there is and determine whether or not you have an actual right to the property at all if you don't tell him what property it actually is? God. Russell seems like how many emails have you exchanged with him?
Including my replies, there are probably about 12 or so.
God, that's,
Um,
are you?
most of them
Has he
are
invited you
from
to Olive Garden yet?
no. He's he sent me what's funny is that he doesn't harass me. He must know that I would just post like everything he sends until I get bored of him.
Yeah. I like that he
Um,
calls you Josh on like a first name basis. Like respectfully Josh or whatever.
well, that's how I signed my email. I just said Josh.
Look, I would still like if I'm sending a professional email to someone, especially an adversary or in some sort of adversarial action, I would say Mr. Moon. Like that. And even if you signed your emails Josh, I would still say, look, Mr. Moon, please, respectfully, Mr. Moon, that's ridiculous or whatever. Like the first name basis destroys the professionalism of it. So it's
Yeah, it's funny how many different names I have, I guess, because the people of my podcast call me like 4 different things, and then I have Null as my username. People call me Josh. If you're writing to me in a legal document, it's Mr. Moon, and if you're like a weirdo, you'll call me like Josh Moon, because that's a weird one because that's not my name. My name is Joshua. So if you're gonna refer to me by my full name in some weird way, like as a power word thing, you should get my name right. So there's many different variations of my name, and you can infer something about the writer based on which one they use.
so there are only 2 instances of null listed
Does he at any
in the
point just
lawsuit.
say that my name on the forum is Null? Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, he says Moon frequently interacts with the site using the username null exhibit B. But then the only other time it's mentioned is that random time in 169 where it says, but he remembered Null talking about Greer on a thread. I think that's a bad plan. Like, by this point in the document, they've probably forgotten that one throwaway paragraph about who the parties are. Up on paragraph 14, you're now on 169. Gosh. Woo! Woo! He's got okay, like going beyond the jurisdictional issues, he's got serious issues about failure to state a claim, which would be a 12b6 motion. Because almost everything he says is conclusory about. I mean, he does have some allegations that are not not conclusory, but it's most of the things he says about what's going on are conclusory. Like someone on the forums posted, or this is false light. Those type of statements can't.
Why is the word conclusory if it's not conclusive? If it's ambiguous, it seems like a misnomer.
No, conclusory means that you're stating it as a conclusion without anything to support the conclusion. So if I say,
yeah, that's we kept saying that. Like, what? That's what you would want an exhibit for. You want evidence of this. That's
Right.
harassment.
So if I say Josh defamed me, that's conclusory. You've drawn a legal conclusion, but you haven't provided why a specific thing amounts to defamation. And so the court, especially federal courts, are actually instructed to ignore statements like this is defamatory. Instead, they go through, you hit the elements of defamation. You say, so here is the statement. This statement is false because, it's the opposite or whatever. This statement caused damage. This statement was published on this time by this person. So now you have the elements of defamation, like that it was said, that it was published, that it's false, and that it caused damage. But you can't just say it's defamatory. You can't just say something's false light. You have to actually go through each element. And in federal pleadings, like there's a long line of cases that say very specifically that federal pleadings have to be done this way. So he's got, this thing is subject to a 12b6 motion if he ever gets past the initial issues of jurisdiction and actually serving the document in the first place. But
yeah, I
God,
mean,
What a
It's
mess.
just a farce, and I think the timing is what makes it seem like he just has to, like, scream. He has a gimpy mouth, but he must scream. So his alternative to that is filing a lawsuit, because that way people have to actually, like, it's like an ordeal. You have to, like, look at it, make judgments on how you're gonna address it, and
Well,
all sorts.
it's actually a weird power or privilege or whatever that the poor have in this country if they're dedicated and poor enough. You have to be both to always qualify for, having your fees waived, for one, and two, to sit down and write whatever trash you come up with. And then you can just sue everybody, never really pay anything for it, never face any consequence. Because, like, what happens, you go to court and you get this thing dismissed. I mean, you put forth a bunch of energy into it, and then it gets dismissed. But you don't, like, win money. And even if you did, he doesn't have any. So what are you going to take? So it's like, it's a complete bitch move. I hate it. I hate it.
It is the way I describe it with Melinda Scott is that she always, like, she's asking for, like, a ton of money, right? She's always asking for 6 figures.
Mhm.
And the way I describe it is because it's taken seriously by the court necessarily every time. And because she just keeps filing it, and because there's no repercussions for her for failing in her filings, I describe it like a, a slot machine that she can just play forever, and that theoretically has a payout of hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's that she can play at my expense forever, and there's nothing to be done about it.
And think about how much it costs for each one of her stupid lawsuits, like in government time. You've got, like, all the filing mechanisms in place. You've got the clerks. You've got the scheduling that goes on. Even each of her lawsuits being dismissed by a judge, those came with opinions because she's filing in federal court and she's getting actually kind of.
She's going up to a federal judge, and it's the same Judge Jones,
Yeah.
who's been a federal judge since the Clinton administration, because he was appointed by Clinton. Uh, and he writes, like, 2-page, 3-page long opinions about what she's doing wrong every time, and it's extremely thoughtful of him. His opinions are very well spoken and easily understood in a way that a child could figure out what he's trying to say.
Right.
And she continues to do it over and over again in the same way.
But I mean, if you think about it, those 3 pages, that's a couple hours of work.
Yeah,
And
hours.
then it's
attorney, that would be like $600 of shit for free, right?
Yeah, and it's probably proofed by a clerk as well, which you're gonna spend another couple $100. And then there's all of the personnel that goes into it. So each lawsuit she files, at a bare minimum, you're talking probably $2,000, right? Of, like, just, even if nothing happens, like, just $2,000 of overall manpower and resources being expended on it. And she's filed how many lawsuits against Kiwi Farms alone? Like 5 now?
I think 6.
6. So, and this woman, what, pays 0 taxes, right? Like, when we really get down to it. So she's
I don't know what her income source is, but I think she is on social services, both her and her husband. They have, like, 6 kids, and she files a sua pauper every time.
Yeah. So she's just taking free money, skipping the filing fees, and then costing a federal judge's time and all of the staff that goes into that. So a couple $1,000s a suit. She's probably cost the federal government $20,000 in just her lawsuits against Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, not even including, like, all the social services, and then she has the audacity to sue social services. In the last lawsuit, I'm a co-defendant with the Wise County Social Services.
Right. Oh my gosh. That lady's crazy out of her mind. Bad Vibe says, okay, tangential question on names otherwise known as alias. Is there a legal standard to establish those alternate names to the individual? Not really.
No, I think it's just like, if you're okay, for instance, if you're suing me, you would probably want to make it clear that I post as Null in the forum, which is probably what you're suing me about, right? So you just say
Yeah.
that.
So what
Null.
you
He owns
do,
the account.
you'd say Joshua Moon, known as Josh, Janny Jersh, and Null, or whatever. And then you would, in parentheses, you'd write like hereinafter, and then you'd pick one. And then like Null, for example. I would actually pick Null rather than Josh if I was writing the suit, because it's something that will stand out very clearly and be unique to you, to a judge. Because if they see Josh, like someone else could be Josh, but it'd be hard to find another Null that the judge knows of. So then you write every single reference to you as Null, and then that way you've got it. That's how you do it. And that's why typically you're going to use last names of people when you're doing a lawsuit. Like, so for me, it'd be like Nick Ricada Law, blah, blah, blah. And then hereinafter, I'd either pick Ricada or Ricada Law to sue me. If you're suing my business, I guess Ricada Law. But I would pick
There has
Ricada.
to be an instance of this, but I would love to see a filing where someone says like, defendant, John Doe, henceforth, stupid bastard, and
Yeah.
just throughout the entire lawsuit, it's stupid bastard over and over again.
Oh, that would be good. So it's getting late. I don't know like if we want to discuss 230 tonight, because that's gonna get to be I think that's a long discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we briefly went over it. I mean, there's like 6 different proposed amendments to Section 230 that are currently in some stage of government.
Right.
There's a lot of them. The most competent one that I've seen, and let me just pull this up because I have a thread for it somewhere.
Is it the recent one that they just posted with the red line edits?
Yeah, it is.
It's from like the congressional committee appointed to it.
Yeah, but it's the most competent because it does carve outs, and it does it very considerately to not actually undermining the entire purpose of the litigation. The one that gets me about the FBI one is that it repeatedly says that Section 230 shouldn't protect this and shouldn't protect this and shouldn't protect this, but it's all like criminal shit that they're carving out, and Section 230 already does not protect criminal activity at all.
Right.
So I don't know what the purpose of the Section 230 amendments from the FBI are.
I haven't read the FBI's proposal. I just read the one from the committee that came out the other day, and some of those. What was that?
The FBI hasn't posted like an amendment yet, but they have published like a, I don't know, just like a press release, and the press release docket is pretty explanatory about what they're trying to do. But again, because it's specifically targeting criminal activity, which Section 230 explicitly does not protect, I don't know what they're hoping to accomplish. Yeah. But the short name is the Online Freedom and Viewpoint Diversity Act, and that is from September 10th. I think that's the one that you're talking about, and I think I like the Online Freedom and Viewpoint Diversity Act. I think that one, if I had to pick one, that would be the one.
Do you have a link to it?
It's just my post on the forum, but it does have a copy of the things.
Can you hit me with a link to either one in Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just sent
you. Yeah, got it.
It's very short. It's 4 pages long, and it just changes one section.
Okay, so this isn't the red line one that I saw.
Oh, so there's a different. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, there was one that had. Well, I mean, it might be the same thing. And it had just it had like the current bill with the red line proposed changes. This technically might have been it. Let me see if I can see here.
All they're trying to do in this one is clarify what good faith is.
Yeah, and I like that on page 3 they strike otherwise objectionable.
Yes, that's the most important thing. The way that 230 works is that basically you're not civilly liable for removing someone from a platform if you are doing it in good faith, and the definition for good faith in this is like anything. It literally just says if you don't like it, you can remove it, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's what it says. And they clarify that and make it a specific list of things. potentially criminal and promotes terrorism, violence. There's now a finite list of things that would be covered as good faith.
Yeah.
And the way I describe it right now is like, because of how otherwise objectionable works. If you are an online store and 100% of your traffic comes from Facebook ads, and then Facebook decides we're not going to let you advertise with us anymore, Section 230 immunizes them from a civil suit for loss of business, or unlawful contract termination, anything like that.
Yep.
And they don't have to give you a reason. They don't have to do anything in regards to explaining why they decided that your business wasn't appropriate for the Facebook platform. So with these changes, it would have to be a specific reason to immunize them. Otherwise, you could move ahead with the lawsuit.
Yeah, and that's been my main thing on 230 is, and I also think there should be, I don't know exactly what the provision is, and I don't know. I feel like one of the things may have approached looking at this, but I think there should be some sort of size requirement, in there, like number of users.
I hate that. As a programmer, that feels like a hack to say, okay, any business that's sufficiently large in terms of these numbers, then you can sue them. Like, maybe come up with something clever than that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how you do it, but for example, like, I think there's a big difference between Kiwi Farms and Twitter, right? Like, I think there's a vast gulf of difference between the two things. One is that Twitter has, a moderation team that has 50,000 people or whatever on it. And so and they, not only that, but they have algorithmic and AI based moderation, content moderation as well. So like, to me, there's a big difference between that and then something like the farms, which has, a volunteer moderator staff, and then you. So there's a level of scale and capability that I think is different, and I think merits different consideration. And the reason I say that is just because when 230 was made, like, part of the reason was the idea is that most websites at the time were more like the farms.
Yeah. Well, since 2008, like, it used to be just a couple of years ago that the internet's traffic was split 50, like, there were thousands of sites that occupied the top 50% of internet traffic, and now it's like 8.
Right.
Like, almost all bandwidth in the world goes through 8 specific services. It's extremely ridiculous how centralized the internet is, and I never thought I would see it, where it's just like everything is a handful of service providers that are not in competition with each other, basically, and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
And that's what I think. See, what I think most Americans actually want is they want some sort of, not even a guarantee, but just a likelihood that they'll be able to get to Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, stuff like that, Netflix. But I don't think they really care about, like, access to smaller things. And so I think the main protections, which conversely to me means that the protections for that need to matter more for the smaller sites than the bigger ones. Whereas the bigger ones, like, people want to be able to go on there and not be thrown off of these major platforms for speech and communication just because, they typoed a word. In some cases, you've seen that. Or I got suspended. I got a 12-hour suspension for typing fug, F-U-G.
I got an automatic suspension for saying Bella Delphine is a whore. And that automatically, as soon as I posted that, I got kicked back to the suspension page. So somehow the AI is a fucking simp, and it immediately banned me for saying that.
The AI immediately tweets afterwards, hey, Belle Delphine, hope you're doing well. I'm not doing so well after my $4,000 donation that you didn't acknowledge, but
yeah, just like, as soon as that message got detected, the AI like hijacked the Twitter bank account and sent her some fucking money as like an apology for this offensive tweet.
Sorry, Queen. But no, that's what I hate is, like, because yeah, I typed "oh fug," which wasn't a typo, but I think they thought it was. I think they assumed I was using an F slur or something like that, because that's the only thing I can think of. And that was a friendly exchange. Someone said something about me as a joke, and I was like, it was like an "oh shit, you got me" type thing. It was like, why am I getting banned for this? This is ridiculous. And so I think that's what people are really searching for insulation from, is the idea of being tossed unfairly off of these systems, which are becoming more and more, dare I say, necessary. Like, can you imagine if Facebook took Fox News off of their ad program? Because I think Facebook is the largest news site, right, on the
Yes.
planet.
Most Americans get their news directly from Facebook.
And it's
And
not
do you know
even
what the largest,
close.
yeah,
It's
no. Do
yeah.
you know what the largest news company on Facebook is?
What's that?
Guess. I want you to guess. It's not what you're thinking of. It's not
Is
like
it
a cable news provider.
is it Babylon B?
It does start with a B.
Uh I got no
Breitbart.
idea. Breitbart. Oh, they're the biggest Facebook news.
They're they're
That's
I think on the left it's more distributed, but in terms of right-wing news, Breitbart is like the most shared, most engaged with news site on Facebook.
God. It's not
And
soon to
Facebook
be
doesn't.
overtaken by OAN. OAN's going to take over at some point.
It's very optimistic.
But
Um,
no, I mean it's wild. But if they, like, let's say they took it off of there though, like they just banned Breitbart from being mentioned on Facebook forever because they found the content otherwise
well,
objectionable.
that would cause the boomer uprising. We would have President Q the next day. Silicon Valley would be burned to the fucking ground. We'd have rednecks with ATVs with machine guns mounted to them driving through the streets of LA. Like that would be the end of civilization. Them getting
Yeah.
rid of Breitbart.
Yeah, and maybe they should do that. That'd be funny. At least it would be a trash fire. Can you imagine, like, all of your well, I don't know about yours because I don't know your family structure, but I can imagine like a bunch of my aunts and uncles, in-laws and stuff like that just like freaking out over it and suddenly caring a whole lot about internet censorship when, like, the day before they're like, this pornography needs to go. But it's like, don't you take my Breitbart. That would be great. God, that would make my day to actually see that. But
Yeah, which is why they haven't done it, and they're just sitting there. They're sitting there in their fucking striped socks, sipping on their soy mocha latte, thinking like, yeah, how do I tweak this algorithm to make Breitbart less engaged with? Because they know they can't just pull the plug because the boomer uprising, shit would get real too fucking real too fast, and they'd have to actually fight for their lives if they pulled the plug on Breitbart. But they're gonna try fucking with it.
especially on Facebook, where all of, like, the aviator clad truck drivers have been spending the past 10 years figuring out how to use this site, and now they've got it. Because
Yeah, and they don't want to move. They don't want to change platforms.
it's actually like, so I was talking to someone who's an artist, and their platform on they're platformed on a couple different places. Their platform on Facebook is like, it's significantly larger than any other platform that they have, to the tune of like a multiple of 10. And this is a pretty significant or prolific creator. And so it's like, but their their edgy users are all on like YouTube and Twitter, whereas on Facebook though, is where they get the bulk of their like actual business and legitimate content. And it's pretty funny because that's what Facebook has become too. It's like the place where the boomers have figured that out. They haven't figured out Twitter. They're not good at that. That's reserved for the
They're
Antifa.
starting to figure it out because of Trump.
Right.
Is the thing.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that anecdotally, I know that the largest social media site in Japan, Japan's weird. Japanese
Yes.
people are fucking weird.
You're getting a
And they
false light claim from Japan tomorrow. Thank you.
they like shitty old designs. And you know what the number one search engine in Japan is?
Please tell me it's like Yahoo or Alta Vista or
It's
something.
Yahoo. And I'll show you, if you want to go to yahoo.co.jp, you can see the front page of the internet for most of Japan, and it looks like a website that hasn't been updated since the 1990s. And a lot of Japanese people use 2channel, which Jim Watkins, the owner of 8chan,
Oh
currently
God,
possesses.
this is horrid.
But Jim is scared for his business right now because Twitter is getting very popular in Japan as well. And like they actually advertise Twitter with Trump, like get tweets from Trump in Japanese, and they put these banner ads in Japan, and that's the population there. That's what they're interested in. So Twitter is like only getting bigger. And and I mentioned this in terms of Section 230 and net neutrality, especially, is in the Philippines. The Philippines is the number one per capita consumer of social media, because for 5 Filipino pesos a month, you can get access to a telecom plan that only has data for Facebook.
Right.
So everyone in the Philippines uses Facebook, and pretty much only Facebook, because Facebook pays the monopoly companies there to only allow access to their site. So yeah, these companies, like I don't want to see them specifically regulated. Like I don't want 230 just to say these provisions don't apply to Joshua Moon, Facebook, and Twitter, right? I don't want that.
I don't think so either.
But I don't know how you can possibly create competition for companies that are so powerful they basically just make entire populations only able to use their product. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that's the balance test. And that's why when I was saying like number of users, it's an inarticulate solution, because I don't know what the articulate solution is, but there's got to be some way, like some, and it's just one of those things that I think legally would be really hard to define, but to grasp like the
answer is payment processors. You
yes.
make it so that people can send money to each other, and I guarantee you there would be a change in the internet in the next 10 years that would make it completely unrecognizable to how it is now.
I think the coin shortage is maybe going to help that case going forward, because like there are places right now where you can't use cash, and I think the one thing that's holding it back is that payment processors haven't gone so far as to start excluding individuals at like grocery stores and stuff yet.
Yes. But if something happens, like it fucking happened with the Rittenhouse kid, they were trying to fund him a legal defense fund, and Discover Card said, no, you're not going to fund this kid's legal defense fund. And that's where it's tipping into like subscription. That's when the boomer uprising happens and the banks are overthrown and we're on the gold standard again. So they know what line not to cross.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. We're back. It just a hiccup. Just hit F5, hit Alt F4, and then delete System 32. Okay, I wanted to kind of ask if you had any opinion on the Frank Castle and Boogie stuff.
He should have shot Frank Castle dead where he stood. That's my opinion. If someone came to my house screaming at me, I would just fucking kill them. But I'm from Florida, and that's what. When people showed up at my house, I tried to file a police report, and I said, "We can't take a police report when there's no crime that happened. If they come back, shoot them." I'm like, okay. But I don't understand people empathizing with Frank Castle at all. Don't show up to people's fucking house. The only thing that Boogie did wrong is he fired a warning shot. Like, don't do that.
I think pointing the gun at Frank toes the it's close to being aggravated assault under the statute.
Yes.
But I agree. I don't think Frank should have shown up at all.
No. And I don't understand people who think that what he did was okay at all. Like, I guess it had funny results, but if Boogie wasn't such a colossal fat fucking retard that he would handle it in the way that he did, because I mean he's such an imbecile. Everything he does is a contradiction. He made that tweet saying, "I'd rather put a gun in the roof of my mouth than point it at someone else." And then this guy shows up and he's like, "Yep, getting my fucking gun." I'm like, "Fuck." You're
Also,
dumbass.
I'm mentally ill. I'm grabbing a gun. No, Boogie, no. No, don't do it.
And it's someone else's fucking gun because he probably can't even own one because he's on antipsychotics or some shit. It's just like
Right.
the biggest mess possible. You know what I mean? If it was anyone but Boogie, Frank Castle would be fucking dead and nobody would feel bad for him.
Yeah, and I think that's the other problem is Boogie said so much stuff in that interview with Keem where it was like, man, you need to just like, if this is bothering you this much, you need to just turn off the internet. And I think if he had done
sent
that,
video of the thing to Keemstar and fucking Ralph before the cops had even arrived. So that as the second Frank Castle was gone, he was like, I gotta get this to Keemstar and Ethan Ralph. Like that was his first thought.
yeah,
It unbelievable. And then if you haven't listened to the interview between Monday and Matt and Boogie, give that a listen if you're curious, because I guarantee you that's how he is in private to women and stuff. He is like a demeaning, abusive, emotionally manipulative like boyfriend talking to his beaten spouse in the most disgusting way possible. And of course, Matt has no fucking spine, so he can't just say, you know what, fuck you. I don't want to be your friend. You're obviously a freak.
wait a minute. So you're
But
saying that Mundane Matt was the woman in that interaction?
yeah, dude, no,
Okay,
Boogie was
I wasn't
Boogie,
sure if you were saying that
Boogie,
he was directing it towards Frank and Matt was just like listening, but no.
no,
Okay.
because Monday Matt did something speculative. He said in like an offhanded statement, like, there is a chance that this is all staged, just to get attention for whatever the fuck Storyfire or some shit. And Boogie comes on and says, I can't believe you did that. I can't consider you my friend anymore. And then he gets Keemstar on, and Keemstar is just like, yeah, fuck you, buddy. You're a piece of shit. And then he leaves. And then after Boogie's satisfied with that punishment, he's like, did you learn your lesson? Did you learn your lesson? Because I'm not going to be your friend anymore. But the next time you have a friend, hopefully you learn your lesson to go talk to them before saying stupid shit like that. I can't believe you think so little of me. And it's just like, fuck you. If I was Monday Night, I'd be dropping F-bombs and shit. I would be saying, like, you fucking deserve all of this shit. You're such a disgusting freak. I can't believe anyone would want to know you. Fuck off.
He actually
But no, Monday
became
Night,
punished Matt.
yeah, I don't know how I couldn't stomach listening to it. I felt like I was listening to an abusive boyfriend like try to discipline his beaten wife or some shit. It's just like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, that's a bit much for me. I heard he was on Matt's show, but like, this is not a slight to Matt. I've never watched his show other than like one clip where he was talking about the Maddox suit years ago. So I didn't like run over to go watch it because I barely watch anything at all on YouTube. I just don't have a ton of time for it. So I haven't seen it, but maybe I'll go give it a listen because it sounds funny now. It's just...
Yeah, Boogie does this thing, and I don't know how to describe it. I need to come up with a name for it. But it's like there's that clip of Wings of Redemption where he's crying about the trolls, and he's just like, and it's so pathetic that it wraps around from being pathetic to like instilling some kind of like hatred in you, where it's like, just shut the fuck up. Turn off your computer. What the fuck are you like? You get angry instead of feeling bad for him, and it's like that with Boogie. Boogie is such a pushover and so pathetic and so manipulative that you can't feel sorry for him. It wraps all the way around to being like, just go away. He does, and I never understood the whole Boogie hatred shit, but listening to that call with Monday Matt, it's just like, you're so fucking gross, dude.
Well, now you do understand it, I guess.
Yeah, I do. And I do root for him on the shooting thing, because it's like, fuck this guy for showing up at your house. But now he's like, I'm a mental health advocate. I need to get my story out there because the YouTube community needs me to be talking about this. And like, nobody needs you. Not a single person on this planet needs you to continue to breathe. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's always presumptuous. Like the world can't function without my input. Like, why? Like, especially if you're some weirdo on YouTube who's mentally ill. Like, I don't understand why that would give you a special voice at all. Because I think the first and most obvious piece of advice that you should get if you're mentally ill and on YouTube is get off of YouTube until you're not mentally ill.
Here's what would make me happy. Okay, here's how I want this to end, and then I guess we should probably head off.
Yeah.
I want Frank Castle to be convicted for trespass and harassment and stalking, and I want Boogie to be convicted for aggravated assault, and then I want them to share a cell, and then I want it to be live streamed. I just want the webcam hanging outside the cell, and I can just open up Boogie and Frank.gov, like I can watch this.
Like they'd have to have like a little commercial break theme song, like
Oh yeah, this live stream was provided by the Mississippi or whatever the fuck Missouri Correctional Facility, and it was sponsored by Chick-fil-A. Get a new chicken sandwich, and then we'll cut
no,
back
I like
to
it's
Ralph and Boogie.
like they're two of a kind. They got cuffed from behind. It's Boogie and Frank. You know, like some schlocky old thing. That'd be so good. Oh my god. Well, I've got some chats to read if you'll hang out for a bit in case there's some questions. There's not a ton of them.
Scan through it for me, please. I need to eat breakfast and stuff.
I'll go quick. Let's see. Kermit, attorney at law, says, Mr. Jersh, would you settle with my client, Mr. Greer, for one feeding session? A 4-course meal is a must, consisting of an appetizer, soup, a nice juicy entree, and succulent moist cake. This would all take place at a local Olive Garden. We'll be in touch. So that's from Kermit.
I don't know if I could physically feed him because he's got like I can't imagine he can eat properly. He must dribble.
They put soup in there, and you know that would be like could you imagine the romantic music as the spoonful of soup approaches his mouth, and then you put it in, and it just pours down his face.
You just have to get like a funnel at that point and just lean his head back so you can funnel the soup to him.
Like a Mexican party boat or whatever. Mercenary X says, I'm sorry to tell you, Nick, but unfortunate, you're dead wrong about Trump in the debate. Trump basically was going to fluster Biden the whole way through, and he knew he was going to be forced to fight the moderator and Biden. I wanted Trump to go harder and more because we all know that Trump was going to be fighting with both the moderator and bagging. And at this point, he only cared that he could play card that he could play was to keep Biden on the back foot, mute Trump, and he auto wins. Did you see the wires on Biden? That was seen. He was wired. Yeah, I've seen the stuff. I'm not sure that we disagree, though, based on what you said.
I didn't think anyone particularly won that debate. I think everyone moderate. I think, okay, the people who are on, who know for sure who they're voting for and are rooting for a team got what they wanted out of it. I think both of them, because you need, with Trump, it's like, yeah, Trump's back in his rare form. He's back 2016. He's arguing. He's doing the you'd be in jail shit again. And he's being Trump, which is what people who like Trump want. But then the Biden people are like, oh, how great. He doesn't look old at all. He looks very held together. He's holding his own against Trump. He's telling him to shut up, which is great because fuck Trump, right? And then the moderates are just like, I can't believe this is our election.
Yeah. But the funny thing was, I didn't think it was that uncivil or even uncontrolled. And like, I'm seeing a whole bunch of stuff. It's like that debate was out of control. They need to implement better controls. Like, it wasn't really that bad at all. I mean, Wallace had to try and get loud over Trump and Biden a couple times, and he eventually did. It was honestly a total loss of about 4 minutes of time out of the 2 hours that they were talking.
I think he did okay. I didn't think there were a couple questions he asked that were like begging the question and were very biased. But aside from those like 2 questions, I can't remember which they were, but
well, the one asking Trump to denounce white supremacist groups, like that's just, I just hate questions like that. I think they're ridiculous because it assumes the premise that Trump has control over white supremacist groups, right?
Yeah, there's a couple questions like that were very loaded and begging the question, but I didn't feel like he was unfair to either of them. Aside from that,
yeah. Peeves91 says, "Why are you complaining about the small root beer cans when you have bottles of whiskey behind you?" Look, I can't just drink whiskey. I do have to live. What?
And someone brought up my favorite quote. I am the Democratic Party. I like my favorite part of the whole debate was when Biden said that he was the Democratic Party and then started electrocuting Wallace with lightning hands.
Really funny. Like, I am the Democrat Party right now. Okay, Joe. Don't tell them. To Josh, what you call net neutrality is not actually net neutrality. I will support it when we.
Fuck that. Fuck that guy. Fuck you. People think, oh, it's some backdoor to let the government censor the internet. No, fuck off. I'm so sick of hearing that. Stop reading Reddit.
I will support it when we actually get something that actually is. To paraphrase Razor Fist, he's right about the subject. I wish you could see his videos he did on it. It explains my point.
I've seen his videos on it, and they're wrong. I really like his videos on Michael Jackson. I think he's well articulated, but his whole thing about how it's a government backdoor is completely is just bullshit. It's just wrong.
How do we know that you don't just want the government to backdoor you, baby?
I really don't. everything I've ever done should indicate that. No, we need it's like with money. We need access to whatever the fuck we want to access, and we need access to the ability to transfer funds. And the argument that net neutrality just makes it so that Netflix can take advantage of ISPs, I don't give a fuck. Maybe something can be carved out for bandwidth use specifically, but they already pay bandwidth. You pay money for bandwidth. Netflix pays money for bandwidth. There are things you can install in your data center to get a Netflix box that costs like $10,000. And if you're doing that much transaction with Netflix, you probably want one of those to save you bandwidth. No, any argument against net neutrality in terms of, he says it's like some backdoor, maybe in some implementations it was, but the way that it was written, the way that it was implemented from antitrust shit stemming from the Bell South Telecom companies to now, the way that it was intended to work is something we absolutely need. And the whole thing, that the idea that it's somehow a backdoor for censorship came about only after Trump got in and appointed that fucking retard to the FCC. Then it became some problem. But no, if you are against net neutrality, he is a fucking Verizon lawyer.
I'm gonna
the head of the FCC, of course.
I'm just gonna send you nudes of that guy for your birthday. Like, just that's it. Just him with like a cake covering his penis with like a cell phone on top of the cake. That'll be just
his mug that says liberal tears or whatever. Fuck that guy.
Colonel J says good show. Phil Anselmo says keep Section 230 the way it is. Repeal the Patriot Act instead. These websites are a symptom and the bankers are the disease. Ron's Remote of Doom says sing Greer's song in lemon voice. Do it, Boomer. I am the Democratic Party. No. Mercenary X says almost legal talk got me thinking. If the appeals court says Chup should have, I think he means Chup, should have ruled the other way and orders him to do so, and he ignores it because, let's face it, he's got the ego to do so, can he get in trouble? He can't ignore it. It won't work that way. Farm says, Null, can you please make a page that contains all the random quotes that appear near the top? Also,
there's a thread that has most of them, I think, but no, that would ruin the fun. I also don't add attributions or sources. You just get what you get.
Also, land of actual Kiwi farms, Nepal and Israel sign labor agreement. 500 Nepali migrant laborers to fly to Israel in first phase. Why no Syrian one? I don't know anything about that.
There's a Kiwi farm in Nepal that stole my logo and is using it as their Kiwi farm logo, and as a Nepalese farm, which is just so surreal to me.
That sounds like Nepal, right? Like I would expect it. Bad Vibe says, my advice to blood sports personalities, don't go to anyone's home. I wouldn't gamble that lolcows value any life. Most appear questionable on mental sanity. Yeah, don't come to mine. But also, yeah, I think Frank really took a risk with Boogie there. I think that could have gone way different, and there's no law that would have stopped that. That was Boogie could have put a bullet through him. I'm almost surprised.
Through the door.
Yeah. Okay, Genghis Khan says, gentlemen, there's a clear solution to Mr. Greer's problem that you're overlooking. Bribe a hooker, preferable one from the Bunny Ranch, monthly to give Russell the girlfriend experience for life and give them a life's worth of Olive Garden coupons. Phil Anselmo says, if your phallometer gets a reading when you think about the love and respect you and your homies have for each other, is that gay? What do you think? If your phallometer spelled like phallus.
I know what a phallometer is. It's like when they do like psychosexual tests on people.
Yeah, so if that gets a reading when you think about the love and respect you and your homies have for each other, is that gay?
No, it just means you're a bro.
Oh, perfect. New Renaissance says, imagine publicly admitting that your only way out of jail, saying it was staged, is a bold-faced lie. Boogie's a threat to himself. Yeah, I kind
If
of think that both he and Frank should just agree to say it was kayfabe and staged and all fake. And
and it
that
was
that
a and it
and
was a blank. If the problem with that then is that they both filed like false information to police. They lied to police.
oh god, yeah, I guess that would be a problem. I didn't know if they'd actually talked to him too much, so
They filed a report.
Jesus. That's Twisted Puppet says, Null, I sleep like a baby every time you're on the stream. Looking forward to a good night's sleep tonight. Thanks, buddy. I
That
think
sounds insulting
I
at face
think-
value.
I think they're just complimenting your soothing
My
cadence.
soothing nasally weird voice. Yeah.
You sound less nasally today.
Oh, that's because it's early in the morning and I'm all grumbly.
Oh yeah, I know. I like that. I can always sing bass in the morning. Angry Baneling says, "How are you late on 1st of October? Woo lad. Look, I'm always late." Joshua Vidring says, "Might have low attendance because an anime burb girl VTuber is streaming everyone's favorite block game right now. Is it simping if she's a chicken?" Yes. Yes.
VTubers are weird to me, and I kind of have an interest in doing like my dog avatar because I think it adds to like gameplay footage when you have like an avatar of the streamer on the footage. But that I should have done that idea in the past because now if I do it, I look like I'd be hopping onto the train too late.
Just hop on like a hobo. It's fine. It'll
Yeah.
get you. It'll get you where you need to go. I want to do one of Russell Greer's face, but anime.
Oh no.
I saw the Ace Attorney Russell Greer. Did you see that? It was on the farms.
Yeah, I think so.
Where someone, drew Russell as if he were a character in Ace Attorney. God, it was brilliant. I don't know who did it, but it was good. WZRBS says, Jersh raped me without taking me to Olive Garden and getting my song on top 40. I'm suing for discrimination.
It was behind an Olive Garden. Does that count?
Yeah.
In 1990.
Now, Mr. Beck. Michael Mason says, Null, please father my children. Jason of the Great Awakening says, Nick, how do you feel about Biden giving up your secrets of augmented reality, contact lenses, and amphetamine for? Look, those are mine. Those are mine. Kalinka Pavlova says, it is October. Also, I haven't been able to send super chats for like a month. Rip. Sorry that you haven't. I don't know why you haven't. It's not my fault, I don't think. Esme Illis Anime says, I request Texas Chainsaw 2005 remake. Hi, Nick. I think tonight we're going to do Inseminoids. That sounds like a good horror movie. No one important says, Ron, did he give his super chats to the GoFundMe to make it look bigger than it was, along with Vic and his con money? Will be very interesting. 189 IQ. Yeah, Ron Toye suggested that I took super chats and put them into Vic Mignogna's GoFundMe to make it the GoFundMe.
What is
look
that?
bigger.
The deadline got reached. When is there going to be? I need a conclusion to this DBZ fucking trilogy that's going at a snail's pace. When does something happen with that?
Probably a minimum of 2 to 3 more weeks. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. They took it on submissions on the 22nd, and then they could, in theory, they could rule right now. We just have to wait.
And this will be the appellate overturning the TCPA to see if the case can actually begin.
Yeah, if they send it back, any of the cause of action back for the case to move on, or if they just say nope, you lose. One of those two is the answer. So,
and then if he wins, theoretically, it starts all over again, right?
It kind of resumes where it left off. It would move to a summary judgment stage next, but there would also discovery would kick back up. So there would be. I mean, it would take forever. You'd still be you'd be looking at like another 6 months of discovery.
Not square zero, but square one. Like you would be right past the starting line because of the TCPA blocked it immediately, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Now some discovery occurred because they waited to file, but that would basically, like, the deadlines would be renewed. They'd have probably 6 months of discovery. There'd be a lot of depositions and stuff, most likely. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope something comes back because it'll be a salt mine. there will be nothing. The wailing will be audible from the entire
It's
earth.
going to be awful either way. No matter what comes back, it's going to be a fucking catastrophe.
Yeah. Yeah. Matthew Neidig says he looked weak AF. Now he wants special rules. I think he means Biden. Not going to get those when dealing with other world leaders. Kidda says Wallace asked Trump in 2016 debate to denounce white supremacists. This was coordinated attack between Wallace and Biden. Scientist Viking says, have you looked into the non sequitur show McRae versus Curtis lawsuit? Nope, never heard of it. Angry Baneling says, disavow feminist haircuts right now. Do it. I will not. WZRBS says, Null is a Foxtrot Alpha Gamma. And I... Sorry, I just realized what that was. And I hope Studley Russell the stud crushes Null in his paralyzed maw. Kiwi Goes Live says, disavow McCormick taco seasoning. I will. Yes, terrible. Cars and
God, the way he plays that makes Greer sound like an Attack on Titan giant.
Yeah.
With, like the weird like teeth and no lips.
Yeah, but just like
how horrifying.
With the same like dead expression. God, that's funny.
Yeah.
Someone should draw Russell Greer as like one of the giant naked titans. That would probably.
Oh no,
that'd be
what have I
so
done?
funny. Cars in Depth says, have you seen any vote for decency lawn signs? They don't realize those help Trump. Effectively the same as Hillary calling us deplorables. No, I haven't seen that actually. Cringe Lord says the best way to drop your nukes is drop them first. Anyone that thought at this juncture that Trump was going to pull back is big dumb. Shameless plug. 2b2t.org is the best Minecraft server. Bad Vibe says, Nick, are you implying you have a heart, high blood pressure? No, I don't have a heart. Jillian Seed says, Null, who has a higher IQ, Chris Chan or Russell Greer?
Probably Greer. Greer's more functional. Chris put out a new video recently of him and his mother thanking his brother for sending her flowers for her birthday, and they both seem so out of it. His mother, my friend who knows Chris in person says that the Barb thing is like a tactic for sympathy, which nobody else seems to agree with. But yeah, Chris, I mean, he pulls the camera away from her and he just immediately starts talking about like the other dimensions and the merge and shit, and how Cole is playing with Iron Man and Superman in alternate dimensions. And it's just like, yeah, this is kind of fucked.
How have they not like put a guardian on that dude? Like, I just. Ooh.
I don't know. He hasn't committed any crimes, I guess, since he started doing the stuff. But my big fear was when I was last talking to him, I was in Ukraine and he went to a convention and a girl said he got handsy with her. And it's like, I told him, I said, if you do that again, number one, you might go to jail. Number two, you're never going to get to go to another convention ever again. They're going to blacklist you from everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's gone back to a convention since then. Or he has gone to one or two, but he's done better from what I understand.
Matt K says Russell has a better chance at getting with a super hot porn star than a meh looking super popular blonde singer. Zachary Smith says, would you agree that Russell's description of law-splaining the interwebs as a random YouTube show is fair and accurate? Yeah, I think so. Although it still hurts me. Joshua Vidrine says, dang, Nick, you got to up your grift. That chicken VTuber has made several $100 in the hour and a half since you both started streaming. Oh, yeah, you can't compete with VTubers. They are the king chads of super chats. My
friend really hates them because they talk in like a baby voice.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, Joshua Chan, welcome to the show. Oh, God.
And then they pander to like American otakus by trying to talk in English and stuff.
Yeah,
and like the baby voice.
Oh, me 68777. I'm not above it, by the way. Me 68777 says, Josh, what is your YouTube avatar supposed to be? Anyways, I'm tired as hell, so I'm off to bed.
My avatar is a man wearing a cow head. It's a album art to a Shaky Graves album, specifically for the song "Roll the Bones," which I prefer the studio version to the Audio Tree version.
Literally everyone says, hey, Null, what did you think of the debate? Apparently the moderator is part of the same tribe as Ivanka and all three of Biden's kids' spouses. Coincidence?
Probably not, but I don't know. It was just a shit show. Nobody got anything from it. Nobody changed their votes because of it. If anything, it probably caused some people sitting in the middle to become disinterested in voting, if anything.
That's what we need to do. We need to suppress the vote. Heroic Effort says, thanks for the shows. Always keeps my mind occupied while I work. If you have time, I DM'd you on Twitter about some stuff I've been working on. Peace. Thanks, buddy. I will check it out. Cameo says, been watching the archive for the past couple weeks. Love the streams, especially when Null comes on. Me too. AEL Mario 91 says, Mace Industries LLC. That's Mace Industries LLC. I don't know. I don't get that reference, but Bad Vibe says, spoiler, prayer for relief. Greer wants a date with Moon.
Oh, no.
DCV Titan.
That would be great. That would be the better, funnier lawsuit. Is at the end it says prayer for relief, and it's just preliminary injunction that Mr. Moon has taken on a date. Olive Garden.
Yes. In Nevada, and then we tag team a chick at the Bunny Ranch.
Oh no.
DCV Titan says gimpy faced retard is right up there with gay boys. Jaeger Wood says Joshua Corner Moon.
Oh, that's the other thing in terms of aliases and what you can infer about the person saying it. If they include my middle name and if they spell it right, because it's not an OR, it's an ER, and most people fuck it up and write with an OR.
What if they had your other alias as he who walks behind the rose?
What's that a reference to?
Children of the Corn.
Oh fuck! I have to watch that eventually. I made references to it, but I've never actually seen it.
Oh, it's great. God, I love that movie.
The movie or the book?
The movie. I haven't read the Stephen King book, but the classic Children of the Corn movie was. I watched it the other day. It was so much fun.
Well, it's October. I have to start watching scary movies again.
Nothing but horror movies. That's all I'm doing. Jaeger Wood says Josh has the need to feed. Ben Frail says, is sodomy illegal in Texas? Asking for a friend. I don't think so. I
can't imagine that's constitutional anymore.
Yeah, I think, I mean, that's where the sodomy law was struck down, and I don't think it was struck down as applied, because originally it was like, it was struck down as it applied to gay people. But I don't think I think it's just gone now. I think it's legal. So you can go plow whoever you want in their little stink hole, guys. So that's that, man. That's the chats. So thanks for hanging out tonight.
Yeah, no problem.
Anything you want to tell people to do? Oh, I'm supposed to ask you. Someone said to support you via Bitcoin or something earlier. It was early. It said, yeah, the guy says, don't give up the farms, Null. Sending you Bitcoin right now. Everyone, please send him a few bucks. He's gone through hell and back to keep the farms going.
Well, on the front page of the site, there's a link at the bottom on the sidebar that says how to support the forum and has all my Bitcoin addresses. And it also contains a link to a site called buybitcoinworldwide.com. And it's an unrelated, unaffiliated site that just has good instructions on how to buy Bitcoin. I would always suggest everyone look into how to do cryptocurrency, because once you know how, like, they can't take that information away from you, and it's more useful to more than just me. A lot of people use it, and you may benefit from it. But as far as requests, as far as making, no, not really. Check around for a crowdfunding page for a lawyer, I guess, if this proceeds past the initial sniff test of the court, because I don't know if I can afford Squirtus by myself.
Yeah. I mean, hell, Richard Meyer's jurisdictional fight costs well over $100,000.
Yeah,
I think,
fuck that.
But he was.
If it comes down to it, I'll pro se.
Yeah.
Just try. Why not?
Well, I think the main thing is, it sounds like you've read up on it, but you just go ahead and say you don't have any jurisdiction over me. International Shoe says I have to enter the stream of commerce or personally avail myself, and I haven't done it. And in fact, I don't even know where Utah is. I don't even know what Utah is.
Is that a state? Is it someplace in Canada? Yeah, I can't be held under the laws of Canada, of Utah, Canada, because I've never been there.
Yeah, exactly. Don the Gamer Guy says, hey, Nick, give this 35 cents US dollars to Juice. And Phil Anselmo says in kawaii voice, Slap, 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 slap. I don't get it, and it hurt me. Angry Baneling says,
Oh,
I gotta say, gents, this was a real nice show. Thank you, Angry Baneling. Sorry, what was that, Josh?
I'm gonna send this to you. I'm gonna impart forbidden knowledge to you because this is very important to me. It's
Is this something I
just
should
wanna send
share
you-
or no?
You can share it, yes, but it's the source of that reference.
Of the schlapping?
Yes.
Nice.
Here. It's someone on poll, and he just posts this picture of this dog, and he just says slop, 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 slop. And whenever you see that post on poll, you have to reply based in all caps. That's the rule.
Okay. I don't ever go on polls, so I guess I will never have to. Viden the Cold One says, it was a pleasure, Null. All right, man, let's end this show. Guys, you can come check me out on Twitch. Even though it's late, we'll do one movie tonight. So, and the movie is Inseminoids. I was not joking. It's horror movie time. So, all right. Well, if you want to hang out for just a second, I'll say goodbye to you in private. To the stream. Catch you guys later. Peace. Peace.
Take it easy.